Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Westfall Institute at Bali Bandung. The second day of 7 Planocosmo International Events will begin shortly. To all guests and participants who already registered, may proceed to the designated seat and please clear the front row first. Thank you.
Always like that. You're based in New Zealand, Australia. Oh, Brisbane. Oh, that's great. Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Oh, something that's we are having our state Singapore University of Social Sciences. We've just been around for 8 years.
What is so fine?
Oh, that's a very interesting that I thought. They had a very different one.
More social sciences.
It's not a completely different, but the government is this is the 5 and I think of the government. Okay, the 5. So I start with the thing. 4 and when they took over this. Okay. They gave us like but then how we have, for example, full science and technology. And that's
So ditinggiin boleh udah tinggi atau di
Sebentar ya.
ya
So if preserve the example, it doesn't want to replicate that in investment.
Yeah.
Private university is really fine. But now, because now it has something very tough. So it's you have to
Yeah. Bisa naik deh ini. Dia bisa naik ini jadi ini. Oh. Nasa apa? Roof. Roof. Itu kan. Itu kan yang penting tunjuk ini sekali. FDI. Kalau ketik dia teman saya imam. Apa itu? Ya. Mana mana. Itu mana pun. No, it's not there. Ya. Iya, Pak. Tuh, unit sekelas. Ini logo lagi sejak. Iya, nanya banyak. Bukti iya di situ. Bukti iya, Pak. Oh, oh ini. Tadi kong Rafia tuh lakban nih. Nggak lakban nggak? I always use myself for the controls. So from there, I think that's why I think that I guess about no, but no connection. I don't know. Itu lakban. Salah. Cukup tak?
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the West Hall of Institute Technology Bandung. The second day of 7th Planocosmo International Conference will begin shortly. To all guests and participants who already registered, may proceed to the designated seat and please fill the front row first. Thank you.
Yes. Just
Good morning, distinguished guests, respected speakers, and all participants. To the Honorable Professor Dr. Sri Mariati ST MIT as Executive Director of Multi-Campus Institute Technology Bandung. To the Honorable Adiwan Pawan Artana ST MGIT PhD as Chairman of Indonesian Planning School Association (ASPI). To the Honorable Dr. Alice Nurtini STMT as SAPPD's Vice Dean of Resources. To the Honorable Professor Mustafa DK as Senior Researcher at the Local and Regional Transition Unit in RISE.
To the Honorable Dr. R.M. Petrus Natalifan Indrajati, STMT, Head of the Bachelor of Urban and Regional Planning. To the Honorable Mr. Saud Aditya Sagala, STMSc PhD, Head of Masters and Doctoral Degrees in Urban and Regional Planning, and Head of Masters and Doctoral Degrees in Transportation. To the Honorable Dr. Poroman Wijaya, PhD, Chair of the 7th Planocosmo International Conference.
To the Honorable Insinyur Tubagus Furkon Sofani, MA, PhD, as an Associate Professor at the Department of Urban and Regional Planning Institute Technology Bandung.
To the Honorable Professor Paulo Silva, Professor at the University of Aveiro.
To the Honorable Professor Dr. Saswat Badiopatyat as Professor in the Department of Planning, CEPT University, India. To the Honorable Professor Insinyur Ridwan Sutriyadi as Director of ITB Non-Regular Program and a Professor at Department of Urban and Regional Planning, Institute Technology Bandung.
To the Honorable Dr. Manfredo Manfredini, Associate Professor at School of Architecture and Planning University of Auckland, New Zealand.
To the Honorable Rita Badawangi STMA and Arts PhD as an Associate Professor in the College of Interdisciplinary and Experiential Learning at the Singapore University of Social Sciences.
To the Honorable Professor Dr. Walt Timo de Vries, Director of TUM's Technical University of Munich, Master and PhD programs in Land Management and Land Tenure. To the Honorable Insinyur Ahmad Syarif Puradimaja. To the Honorable Dr. Insinyur Mira P. Gunawan MT. To the Honorable Professor Dr. Insinyur B.S. Kusbiantoro MA MSc. To the Honorable Insinyur Andi Utomo MPL. And of course, to all today's participants, welcome to
To the
the
7th Planocosmo International Conference, Special Justice and Planning in the Era of the Anthropocene. Please give a round of applause for our today's session. Well, now we are on the second day of this year's Planocosmo International Conference. So how are you feeling today? Because we hope we are all still fully spirited for this second day of this year's Planocosmo, yeah?
Yeah.
After we officially began this event yesterday with all the remarks, opening ceremony, plenary session, parallel sessions, and gala dinner that was held last night. Yes. And we are now going to continue this event with another plenary session with extraordinary speakers.
And other than that, today's event will also have a commemoration of the 66th Planning School in Indonesia, where we're going to celebrate the 66th anniversary of Planning School in Indonesia today.
That's right. So once again, welcome back. And my name is Bintang and my partner
And I'm Stephanie.
as the master of ceremony of today's event. All right then, ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the second plenary session that's going to be moderated by Ms. Karina Putri, STMA. And before we begin, we would like to introduce her by reading her CV.
Yes, so Ms. Karina Putri is the lecturer at the School of Architecture, Planning and Policy Development Institute Technology Bandung, specializing in the intersection between urban planning and social justice in the Global South context. She holds a PhD from the University of Melbourne and has professional experience in Indonesian and German planning institutions. Ms. Karina's current work interrogates the nature and meaning of just planning in the face of informality, conflicting rationalities, and post-coloniality, with additional interest in justice within post-political planning regimes. And Ms. Karina is also affiliated with the Informal Urbanism Research Hub, Urban Infrastructure, and the Space for Engagement and Epistemic Diversity, or SEED, and was a Melbourne Social Equity Institute MSEI Fellow in 2019. So without any further ado, Ms. Karina Putri, the stage is yours.
Please give a round of applause for Ms. Karina.
Thank you very much, Mas Bita, Mbak Stephanie. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and scholars across disciplines and geographies. Welcome to the second plenary session of the 7th Planocosmo International Conference. My name is Karina, and I will be moderating today's panel. Today, we will have 4 distinguished presentations that will offer complementary and thought-provoking insight about algorithmic governance, the right to planetary borders, civic space under climate pressure, and the tension between public and private rights. So without further ado, I would like to invite our speakers, prominent presenter, to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Ridwan Sutriyadi from IT. Professor Ridwan Sutriyadi is the Director of ITP Non-Regular Program and Professor at the Department of Urban and Regional Planning. And second, Dr. Manfredo Manfredini, Associate Professor at the School of Architecture and Planning from University of Auckland, New Zealand. We also have Ibu Rita Padawangi, PhD, Associate Professor at the College of Interdisciplinary and Experiential Learning, Singapore University of Social Sciences. Also, Professor Dr. Walter Timo de Vries, Director of a Master and PhD program in Land Management and Land Tenure, Technical University of Miami. Thank you. So for today, we're going to organize the session into 3 parts. In the first part, each of the presenter will be provided around 15 to 20 minutes presentation time. And then we will continue with a moderated Q&A and discussion session. And then we're going to wrap up everything in a closing remark. So I think let's begin with introducing our first presenter for today, Professor Ridwan Sutriyadi. I will read his short biography before inviting him to speak in the podium. So Professor Ridwan Sutriyadi, research focuses on smart and sustainable cities, particularly on communicative and knowledge-based urban development in the digital era. His recent project includes sustainable smart city studies in Indonesia's new capital, regenerative transformation of ex-mining areas, and knowledge-based urban development for economic transition. He also serves as the head of Digital Planning Tools Division in the Central Management of the Indonesian Planners Association, and also a member and assessor of the Regional and Urban Engineering Vocational Agency of the Indonesian Engineering Association. So Professor Ridwan Sutriyadi, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to present my presentation related with spatial justice, of course. In this occasion, I would like to thank the parties who held this presentation. First, we provide at least 4 iterations for the survey. First one with the ITENAS. The second one, thank you, ITENAS, and then UNHAS, and then other things. The community from in-house training in West Java province. The things is our students here in ITB and surrounding Bandung area. So the title would be this kind of provocative, but maybe the essence of this very simple. But the title is urban planning in the age of algorithms, a spatial justice framework. So in terms of the terminology of spatial justice, at least there are two professors that very highly we have to concern about. First one is the David Harvey. At least there are several keywords from his book. Spatial justice focuses on the inequality embedded in spatial distribution of social and economic resources, so on. So at least there are key terms: inequality, spatial concern, resources, distribution, or arrangement. The second one is Edward Sojan with the book Seeking Spatial Justice. At least there are several keywords like geographical scales, equitable distribution, opportunity access, distributive, and procedural. And then, of course, by the Google and then Indonesian condition, at least there are 10 keywords which is come up with the spatial justice, but related with the Indonesia condition. The first one is related with the keadilan spasial or spatial justice itself. The second one, ketimpangan spasial or spatial inequality. The third one, perencanaan tata ruang or spatial planning. The next one is hak atas tanah or land right. Other things that partisipasi publik or public participation, segregasi spasial or spatial segregation, keadilan iklim or climate justice, aksesibilitas sosial dan fasilitas publik or social accessibility and public facilities, hukum and geography or legal and geographical differences in Indonesia. The last one is desentralisasi dan tata kelola wilayah or decentralization and regional governance. So at least we would like to pick the 5 of those keywords related with the spatial justice. It come up with the first one, distributive. The second one, procedural. The third one, recognition. The fourth one, scale. The fifth one, governance. Related with the distributive, it is focuses on the fair allocation and focuses and access to resources, services, opportunities by location. And in terms of, since the title related with the digital era, it is also related with the condition of digital divide, especially in 3D location or less developed areas in Indonesia, equitable access to connectivity, smart cities benefits. The second one, procedural. It is focuses on inclusion and fairness in planning, the decision making and governance processes. Especially, this is highly connected with the digital participation platforms. For your information today, also I would like to publish a book which is related with the next generation cities in Indonesia, the concept and the future agenda. The thing is that the role of AI in urban planning. So the procedural, it is related with the digital participation platform, transparent algorithms, data-driven planning. The third one, recognition. It deals with acknowledging diverse spatial needs and identities and combating marginalization. Scale is related with the application from neighborhood to global, addressing spatial inequality at multiple geographical levels, especially after pandemic COVID throughout the cities in Indonesia. And the last one, role of power relation in spatial distribution and control of space. This also relation with the emergence of new omnibus law and other regulation in Indonesia. So this is the history of algorithm. At least there are 5 stages since 1980s, 1990, 2000, 2010, and then 2020. if we would like to look up the international journal, at least if we search for, sorry. This must be. If would like search spatial justice throughout the journals, the biggest one is talking about sociology. Other things that talking about the geography, but below it is talking about the computer science. If we add the digital era in spatial justice, still the most popular one is based on the sociology and computer science, and then the third one is geography. If we map the spatial justice based on international journal, at least there are kind of several hubs related with the research of spatial justice. First one related with the human rights, and then in the digital era talking about the metaverse. Other thing is that that is the conservative one talking about the adaptation and then climate change, and then talking about the technology, artificial intelligence, and digital geographies. This is also important part that the one who talks about climate change, especially there's Australia talking about climate gentrification and talking about some of the location in the cities like periphery of the urban area. It's more or less the same, but of like discussion. This is the situation about spatial justice in a global condition, and then the spatial justice in Indonesia. It can be shown that the discussion about climate change is popular one. Other things related with the policy and law related with the land, especially environmental, and then also land banking. Also, other things talking about the spatial planning, and this is the most important part from other speaker, public green open space. If we're talking about cities, at least there are 5 essence. It is based on UN point of view, like water, energy, health, agriculture, and biodiversity. So at least water tends to talk about ecosystem sustainability, water cycle, pollution control, and so forth. And then this from the social subsystem, from scientific context, which connects social subsystem with economic subsystem and natural condition. At least if we're talking about water, it is leads to the understanding of the talking about environmental monitoring and sensor networks. Talking about energy, the important part is energy system modeling and smart grid technology. Health, talking about health informatics, epidemiological monitoring, agriculture. The important thing is agricultural technology, ecosystem services valuation, and the last one, biodiversity, related with the biodiversity data systems, species monitoring. So if we're talking about the planning under pressure, the context of West Java, development in West Java faces significant challenges requiring innovation, involvement, and participation from all stakeholders to ensure progress that benefits all. So it is hard to do, but it is easy to talk, but hard to be implemented. So at least there are 3 things that we have to concern. The first one is unpredicted values. The second one, unpredicted environment. The third one is unpredicted decision-making process. So there are various conditions related with the condition in West Java, and of course, this is related also with the spatial justice. For instance, the diverse cultural, social, and economic values across West Java as the representation of unpredicted values, other things related with the unpredicted environment, how navigating hybrid human algorithm decision process, managing the tension between automated recommendation and human judgment. The third one related with the urban planning, especially in the cities context, facing the climate change impact and natural hazard related with the spatial vulnerability. So in 2021, just remind that this year, we conduct research cooperation between Indonesia's Association of Planner, that's APPD, and then Cisco and Ernst & Young. At the time, we explore 8 layers of smart city and come up with the new concept about next generation cities. So the next generation cities consists of external factors, which is consists of the first one is generation shift or the importance of intergeneration development framework. The second one related with the impact of the industry 4.0 other things. The third one related with the energy transition and circular economy. The last one related with the city after pandemics. But the internal factors consist of 4: inclusiveness, smartness, sustainability, and resiliencies. So based on these internal and external factors, we explore the keywords related with the next generation cities. This is the this consists of the external factors. We develop a kind of keywords which is concerned with external concern, unpredicted values, unpredicted environment, unpredicted decision-making process, and the nodes for the next generation cities for Indonesian context. For instance, the node for next generation cities in Indonesian context, like related with the multi-stakeholders collaboration. Another thing is that related with the inclusive, if we would like to use AI in the governance, we have to do it in an inclusive way. And of course, accompanied with the digital literacy. Other things related with the flexible or innovative urban planning or design, and also the smart health monitoring is really important for the cities after pandemic in Indonesia. So, the illustrations show that even though there is sufficient internet connection in less developed area, for instance in Natuna, still we have to encourage the economic activities there to enhance the value added for the economic for the region. So the internal factors like sustainability concerned with the multi-criteria sustainability evaluation network, for instance, related to the inclusiveness, the nodes for next generation nodes, empower participatory governance and social impact of AI assessment or usage, and so on. So I would like to end this presentation by this homework for Indonesian spatial planning, that we have to include the 3 ISO right now. ISO related with the data, ISO related with the smart city, ISO related with the resilient cities. So compare with the regulation for planning guidance and those ISO, the concern might be the spatial justice focus, key indicators, data requirement, implementation status in Indonesia, and relevance to the next generation cities. So we come up with this table. And also, I would like to end this presentation by saying, in fact, the activity of urban planning in Indonesia shaped by planning standards. Right now, we would like to adapt those 3 ISO. The mindset of planners as well as the dynamics of public concern and public interest, functions as a living algorithm in itself, one that cannot be fully automated for the context of Indonesia. Unlike computational algorithms, this process is embedded in social values, negotiation, and collective aspirations, making it irreducible to mere formulating or machine-driven procedures. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for your insightful contribution. Now, we would like to move to our second presenter, Dr. Manfredo Manfredini. And I will read his short biography. Dr. Manfredo Manfredini is an associate professor and director of architecture and international engagement at the University of Auckland. His research lies at the intersection of architecture and urbanism. His core expertise is in the comparative conjunctural spatial studies with a focus on the contemporary transformations of production processes of space. His research integrates methods and practice that combine cultural approaches with digitally advanced components. He has published extensively on the contradictions of unjust spatial infrastructure, the role of digital mediation in shaping urban assemblage. Professor Manfredini, the time is yours.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for having me, and very pleased to be here and have the chance to talk to you all in this beautiful building, this beautiful city, this beautiful university, and addressing the question of something that is quite crucial to our age, which is essentially the problem of what is happening to our capacities, where we know what the climate is doing, and I'm not assuming that the guy is actually not, in a sense, suppressed. So I decided at this conference to talk about one issue which is particularly urgent, and I know in Indonesia at the moment there is a major problem in Bali because of the flooding. So I think that the question of water, that's a picture of Katrina and our leaves in the background, and the question of water is becoming incredibly present, incredibly overwhelming, and completely transforming issues. As the previous speaker talked about this problem and looking at how, for instance, the question of gentrification is associated to it, particularly in Australasia, in the Australasian context, you can immediately see how phenomena are particularly complex. In some cases, we have a negative relation to gentrification, but that's simply because there are means that allow a negative gentrification to increase even spatial inequality. Okay, let's get started. I'll come to the slides.
It's delayed.
It's just delay. Okay. Okay, now I'm starting. This is map of Australia, and we have a couple of Australian people here. Oh, back. Need to get the sync with this. It is all about understanding. Oh, we're going backward again. It doesn't really matter now. It is all about trying to understand how water is so important. And I was trying here in my opening slide to, in a sense, acknowledge the way in which water is represented, and that's a representation of Australia, or is presented in New Zealand, in this case, by a famous saying, Maori saying, which says, water is the life giver of all things. And representation are very frequent in arts and craft of those particular countries, which of course are waterborne. There are a few notions that might be important to clarify here. Maybe we can expand on them after the talks. And I think are issues that are quite central to our society: transnaturalization, individuation, and transcendence, because they have some sort of modulation that is becoming more and more important. So the first one that has to do by a lot with migration. Migration is something that is challenged by the condition of planetary organization, which is a notion of essentially dissolution of the Auflösung der Stadt, the Städte, that was a dissolution of the city, which is not a dissolution in terms of becoming all somehow re-harmonized in the country, like probably the governance model, but it's actually something that is becoming more and more problematic because it's suburbanized what we used to call rural. The question of trust individuation is challenged by a question of a different way in which we live together. So, for instance, in my city where I live, been living for 15 years in Oakland, we have an incredible diversity in terms of ethnicities, in terms of population, in terms of particular polarization of people in the urban space. And this is something which is increasingly moving ahead with what is essentially the question that I call transcendence, to simplify it, which is the question of how, in a sense, our identities are becoming hybrid, multiple, movable. And that has a lot to do also with the new technologies. And as we just heard, new technologies is something that enters in each and every place, and we don't even know what AI do to our identities. Now, because I'm typically not keeping the time, I wrote my presentation, and you can read it with me. And this has to do with the fact that I think in the 50 minutes or 20 that I have, that I would like to cover what I think is essential to give a sort of framework on what the way in which I approach the question of water. Urbanization throughout history has predominantly been moderated by water-sensitive practices, considering water as a common good, so the question of commons, and recognizing its use value vis-à-vis democratization for a plurality that claims and sustains its own ownership. The ownership of water. This status is also widely affirmed by policy framework. As a prime example, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which not only recognize it as integral to several key to all the 17 goals, but also devote it specifically dedicated, which is Goal 6, ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all, which concern the commonality of water across health, knowledge, economy, and environment. The picture is a canoe, which is the way in which people arrived in New Zealand from Polynesia. Recognizing water as a common good means acknowledging the constitutive necessity of social practices of making it common by collectively managing its tangible and intangible resources for the mutual collective benefit. And the intangibility component, the intangible component is the one that, to me, is probably one of the most overlooked and interesting. This institutes regime of commoning that, as defined by De Angelis, sociopolitical arrange the stewardship, sharing, and reproduction of goods and resources. It institutes practice of solidarity, and on solidarity probably is another key term that I would like to expand later on, if we have time. Sharing and reproduction of its resources it institutes practice of solidarity and rationality that antagonize the regime of accumulation, as opposed to the regime of commoning, geared towards profits such as capitalism. In this talk, I submit that while regimes of water commoning have historically prevailed in our age, this regime faces a dual problem. On the one hand, they are undermined, these regimes, by severe dissolution, dislocation, or conflagration of the communities. This is Jean-Luc Nancy that sustain them. On the other hand, they are disrupted by conditions of permanent technical innovation, that's Bernard Stiegler, the late Bernard Stiegler, that denies the communities to establish a stable operational basis. To counter this situation, I advocate for a transformative reaffirmation of water commoning, we are back to the commons, based on three core normative fundamentals, which articulate its cultural, spatial, and transcendent dimension: water justice by political transculturalism, water integrity by translocal ecological metastabilization, water conviviality by transcendent immanence and of flow on play. The first, regarding the affirmation of water justice by political transculturalism, focuses on the impact of water rights on the progressively distributed, complex, and fragmented social formation, the question of sea. It addresses the growing challenges of these collectives in conducting processes of verification, consultation, and action that uphold universal access to, equitable management of, and non-exclusive engagement with all material forms and intangible expressions of water. It asserts the necessity of establishing passion-based political, non-political, that Chantal move. So the difference between the political and the politics, in which one is exactly the form of dialogue and engagement and confrontation, the other is the police. Move and maybe RCA. So based on passion-based political grounds that organize human coexistence based on recognition, dialogue, and relatedness, drawing on the concept of cosmopolitics developed by Isabel Steckers and Bruno Latour, and on the idea of pluralistic agonism proposed by Chantal Mouffe. Water justice can be achieved, in my view, by preserving and treasuring the conflictual nature of diverse worldviews and of their constitutive nor conciliable actual multicultural societies. Such cosmopolitical agonism will facilitate conjunctional engagement with plurally grounded systems, series, and networks. It would operate against unjust, sensible, partitions of water usability, both for production and consumption, countering exclusionary governance, disenfranchisement, privatization, and speculative commodification. It would also ensure the fundamental right to water resources of everyone, particularly the most vulnerable, the poor, marginalized, and minorities. The second, regarding the affirmation of water integrity by translocal ecological meta-stabilization, focuses on this, Simon focuses on ensuring adequate recognition of the dramatic contemporary ecosystemic changes to strive to create a new epoch, which, as proposed by Bernard Stiegler, can be named the Neg-Anthropocene, that move beyond the destructive logic of the Anthropocene. This implies a political and technical fight against the tendency towards planetary chaos by instituting a new form of collectivism as constituted by extended shareholder forms, including non-human actants like water bodies, as indicated by Bruno Latour with his proposal of the Parliament of Things. Adopting our social culture and social technical means to regenerative processes for integral sustainability in this extended collectivist perspective means to embrace the increasing translocal and metastable condition of their systems. It requires protecting water system across space and through means that dynamically stabilize them. The question of dynamic stabilization is the Helmut Rose, familiar with the German sociologist. Where are we? Anyway, adapting social economic means it requires protecting water system across space and through means that dynamically stabilize them, particularly concentrated on those acting as water regenerators, such as wetlands, to maintain high water quality with a context-appropriate blend of social organization, that's social component and knowledge technical. The third, for these fundamentals, concerning the affirmation of water conviviality by transcendent immanence of flow and play, addresses the most profound and often overlooked aspect of water, which regards the crucial role in sustaining both individual and collective enchantment by immanent transcendence. I'm referring here to the Deleuze Guattari work. Those are the work on capital and schizophrenia, the two books. And the joyous vital disposition. It acknowledges the essential role of water in the development of affective, spiritual, and cultural relationship with the aforementioned extended modern human socios. These forms of enchantment and disposition are essential for fostering long-term webs of relationship where the water drives atmospheres of care, respect, wonder, and sublime diffusion. I maintain that these three fundamentals are crucial to the affirmation of water production, in which water decisively contributes to the creation of what Ashamin describes as a resilient, equitable, and solidary good city. An expanded health of solidarity and a practice but unsettled achievement constantly building on experiments through which difference and multiplicity can be mobilized for common gain and against harm and want. And now, a bit of critique, and then we see where we head. Modern urban development has increasingly moved away from viewing water as a lens of solidarity and common good, instead adopting a reductionist and exploitative practices. This shift treats water as a valueless, malleable resource, stripping it of symbolic, cultural, and ecological significance, and ignoring local specificity, particularly the stewardship of indigenous people. This transformation occurs through two primary means: control delegation and control appropriation. Control delegation involves transferring responsibility of water management to collective, civic, or traditional custodians to distant, often unaccountable institutions. Control appropriation does privatization, commodification, and diversion of water for economic gain, frequently disregarding ecological limits and social equity. Both processes, argued by one particular ecologist, erode the relational integrity of water systems, embedding them from the socio-ecological context, exacerbating inequality, injustice, and ecological damage. technical managerial governance framework have facilitated this depoliticizing water management, presenting decisions as neutral and technical rather than political. This allows neoliberal governmentality and governmentality to go, and financial actors promote exploitative extractivism, marketization, and financialization, a process exemplified by turning wetlands into tradable commodity like carbon credits. This blue washing, that's neologism, I made it probably sometimes before, use the language of sustainability and smart innovation to conceal processes that prioritize profit, leading to homogenized and depoliticized urban hydropolitics. The detrimental effects of this paradigm are evident in the current climate emergency and social crisis, finding what can be termed as the right to the planetary water, an extension of the right to the city and the urban planetarization concept both by Lefebvre and others. This right advocates for democratic control of the urban resources, grounded in spatial justice, equality, and inclusivity. In response to this, and to reaffirm what the commoning based on the three fundamental proposed above, I submit an affirmative framework centered on reclaiming water through three relational entitlements, everything out of the rights. These are the right to water as a commons, the right to water as technicity enabled realm of potentiality, something is missing there, the right to waters as re-enchantment. This power, counter-hegemonic forces, Gramscian, probably like now, and foster transformative practices based on social justice, economic balance, and collective action, moving beyond the current destructive and abstract model of water. First, the right to waters as commons. The right to waters as common, you see, I use the plural sometimes, in the sense that water is the liquid essence in our glasses. The right to waters as commons is a fundamental pillar aligned with the Lefebvre right to participation and appropriation, one of the pillars of the right to the city. It is defined not as static legal right, but as a dynamic bundle of normative values and relational behavior specific to local communities and ecosystems. These values are differential and conjunctural, constituted through consultation of multiple forces and reflecting the ever-changing intertwined local factors like equitable distribution and customs of care. Affirming this right is a constant presupposition. Right, it's not something we have to achieve. Requiring local reaffirmation to uphold equality against water appropriation, achieved through non-exclusionary, purpose-driven practice of stewardship that facilitate collaborative differential repetition of justice concept, opposing the transposition of exogenous extractivist models. This right is characterized by metastability and entitlement are not permanent, but are mutable assemblages of context-specific ontologies, ecologies, and technicities. Geographically, this involves recognized distributed physical processes with translocal networks essential for diaspora communities. Socially, it reflects urban pluralism, where a irreducible antagonistic perspective must be valued and strategically institutionalized through agonistic dialogues to prevent the exclusion of minority viewpoints and maintain vibrant democracies. Those are the agonist people like Chantalmouffe again. Historically, this metastability has been negated, exemplified by colonial. Historically, this stability has been negated. This is exemplified by colonial doctrines of the terra nullius, which is a typical thing that happened in Australia. And with water specific application, water nullius, which deliberately shattered indigenous customary rights, entitlements, and knowledge. Furthermore, this right prioritizes more than human customary stewardship. It affirms that collaborative governance must involve all stakeholders, including marginalized groups and non-human actors. How to include non-human actors? Well, if you look at what happened in Australia, in Victoria, the Yarra River Protection Act not only recognizes Aboriginal custodianship and customary rights, but also gives an independent voice and statutory authority to the river. In New Zealand, the pioneering Whanganui River Claims Settlement Act grants the river legal personhood, acknowledging its inherent mana authority and sanctioning collective stewardship to protect its health and well-being. The second, which is the right to water as one of technicity-enabled potentialities, is identifies the right as a component of the riparian right to difference, another gaps of the right to the city. A radical critique of homogenizing force of urban life. This right emphasizes that water entitlement are not fixed, but emerge through relational individuation with acculturated socio-technical frameworks. The process is transformational, driven by intensities of connection and dynamic of change. Central to this is the tenet that humans and technology co-evolve, where technicity is integral to human existence. For example, the technical exteriorization of body and cognition, while discussed by Bernard Stiegler as process of exosomatization. Technical systems are active, non-neutral components shaping how society accesses, interpreters, retain, and project themselves. Regarding waters, this system embeds extremely complex and intertwined values, knowledges, and power relations, as demonstrated in cultural and behavioral practices, as well as technology associated with land irrigation, hydropower, fishing, and movement of goods and people via waterways. Yet, as the rise of digital technology and algorithmic governance, and here go back to the previous talker, stabilize the balance that guarantees sustainable development and claims centrality of this right in building water system resilience. It moderates overpowering algorithms and the computerized mechanism mediating human-water interaction, for instance, in simulated multidimensional water experience through immersive virtual reality and decision-making, for example, experiment AI-based smart water management system, countering the risk of automating individuation. This may lead to disindividuation, that is the fragmentation that makes individuals into individuals, so split, and undermining autonomous collective subject, despite digital platform also enabling new forms of collective connection. This right also affirms the primacy of conjuncture relation interplay of practices and technicity by recognizing the reconcilable plurality of diversity of socio-technical practice. These that include property also have computed receiver rights. The rights of waters means of enchantment, that's the last one. This enchantment is identified as a component of the referendum right to enjoyment, the third pillar. It advocates for recognizing water as life-sustaining force with significant moral standing and agential capacities, moving beyond its reduction to a mere physical economic resource. This right aims to counter the modern disenchantment of urban life by reconstructing a relational system of transcendent re-enchantment. We've heard this before. It positions water as a living entity integral to both individual and collective bodily, affective, ethical, and cultural well-being and joy sense, fostering reverence, solidarity, and principled play. By acknowledging water's intrinsic value and its role in inspiration, creativity, and emancipation, this entitlement emphasizes that human flourishing depends not only on material access, but also on water's agency in maintaining joyful, productive, and reproductive relationships. Those are drawing down by some of my students. To realize this right, that's a map of Australia, which claims that Australia never existed before the colonial time. To realize this right, effective anti-abstractive extraction based on resonant principles are necessary. These counter-hegemonic actions involve process of collective re-individuation that reassemble social material networks, defragment urban conditions, and wave new form of integral solidarity. Drawing on Jacques Rancière, I maintain that these actions manifest through utopian practices developed not as escapist narrative, but as rational formulations that use montage technique to rearrange science, images, and relationships, thereby challenging the given distribution of roles and territories of forming political subjects that dispute the status quo. The question of consensus. The core mechanism of this transcendence is a process of reenchantment by reassembly, which sublates modernity negation of three pre-modern components: mystery, negated rationality; emotion, negated by spectacle; and spirituality, negated by functionality. That might be Baudrillard. This involves recombining mystery with rationality into convivial, rational co-fabulation, democratizing digitality through collaborative transindividuation processes, and recombining emotion with spectacle to into transductive solidary compassion. Now, compassion in this case is a sort of understanding together the condition of difficulty in which we are. transforming personal concern into digitally advanced connected action against systemic injustice. This framework seeks to produce a common-driven differential relational rationality, ethics, recentering water, social impact, and collective being. I'm almost done. Conclusion. I lost one. To conclude, I would like to reaffirm my claim for an urgent and transformative affirmation. Back. Yeah. Of water as common good, countering the reductionist and exploitative approaches that have driven most modern urban developments. Based on a critique of the process that abstract and codify water, control delegation, appropriation, enabled by a depoliticized techno-managerial governance or governmentality, I have outlined a propositional framework for reclaiming it. This framework is built upon three core normative fundamentals: the justice, water integrity, and water conviviality, which are operationalized through the corresponding rights. Operationalized is probably not the right word, but anyway, the right to waters and commons, which ensures participatory stewardship and recognition of differential metastable entities, the right to water as technicity enable realm of potentialities, which affirms the plural and contingent social technical practices that shape our relationship with water, guarding against automated disindividuation, the right to water as enchantment, which resembles water, transcendent role in inspiring joy, creativity, and collective well-being, countering modern disenchantment through practices of reassembly and convivial confabulation. Together, these rights form a holistic vision for a possible new hybrid-social contract. They provide a roadmap for empowering counter-hegemonic forces and fostering practices rooted in social justice, economic balance, and collective action. By recentering water as a relation embedded common good, I hope that we can open a path towards the resilient, equitable, and solidary good city, the one of Ami, where water is not just a resource to be managed, but a vital force for equality, environmental integrity, and human, and more than human, enjoyment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. for the rich and layered presentation. Now let's move to our third presenter, Dr. Rita Padawani. Rita Padawani is Associate Professor and colleague of Interdisciplinary and Experiential Learning in Singapore University of Social Sciences, a sociologist by training, and her research interests are on social movement, environmental justice, and on participating urban development. She is the coordinator of the Southeast Asia Neighborhood Network, and she is also the editor of the Rootlet Handbook of Urbanization in Southeast Asia in 2019. And she is also the author of the Urban Development in Southeast Asia, Cambridge University Press 2022. Burita, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Karina. Thanks, everyone, and thank you so much for the organizers to invite me here. Again, my name is Rita. When I prepared the presentation for today, I was, as usual, we try to choose what will be the opening slide for our presentations. And I found it so interesting that, Manfredo started with a photo of floods, right? And then now I start with this photo. This is also a river. I just came back from Nairobi. And usually when we talk about environmental degradation, this is the kind of photo that we usually see. And this ties into my wondering, actually, when we talk about spatial justice and planning in the era of the Anthropocene. Why is it when we talk about the Anthropocene, we tend to start with this kind of images, the kind of very, very environmentally degraded images. What does actually Anthropocene means? So I decided to focus on civic spaces and into alternative development, but I would also like to start with some reflection about the term Anthropocene itself. Why do we relate Anthropocene with environmental degradation? You don't have to read all this. Actually, these are just illustrations. I treat text as also my illustrations. The term Anthropocene is actually a term that has been used to indicate a time period in which human intervention has notable impact on the Earth's geology. So what does it mean by human impact? It can range from anything from farming to rice production to nuclear weapon detonation and industrial chemicals. So it's not necessarily only about those environmentally degrading images. Some geologists actually have tried to propose Anthropocene as kind of a new epoch, which means that it's when there is some geological time scale. Just to cut the story short, actually, the geologists were trying to propose whether there are significant changes on Earth based on some of these human interventions. And for example, if there's a species extinctions, global biodiversity, and so on and so forth, and whether the Anthropocene is actually a new epoch. And just to cut it actually quite short about that, the geologist actually has not declared Anthropocene as a new epoch. Yeah. So in terms of geologically, Anthropocene is not acknowledged as a new epoch, maybe not yet, but we still use the term regardless. So what do we mean by that, right? Rather than being an acknowledged geological epoch, it becomes a term to focus on human impact on Earth, and particularly a critical view on human impact on Earth. And when we bring the term Anthropocene to the city, urban life, and planning, what does it mean then? To tie into our conference theme, spatial justice, what are the implications? Are we then talking about environmental justice? So I would say that in my presentation, spatial justice, I would just focus on these three elements, which is accessibility, affordability, and sustainability. But also, I think yesterday you've discussed this as well, that spatial justice is broader than just distributional justice, and there is something called the procedural justice. And I feel that when I talk about civic spaces, I want to also highlight the importance of procedural justice, which means that it speaks to the idea of fair processes and how people's perception of fairness is strongly impacted by the quality of their experiences and not just the end result of these experiences. So in considering procedural justice, it is important to ask the who question. Who decides on urban plans? Who is included? Who is excluded? Is everyone treated with respect and dignity? Do they have a voice? And if the concept of neutrality is really there, that decisions are unbiased and guided by a transparent reasoning. And I just have these images here from the impact of flood alleviation projects in Jakarta. Who decides on the projects, who decides on the approaches, who gets affected, who benefits, and who is sacrificed. And ironically, when we talk about the Anthropocene and how to overcome those impacts of environmental degradation, like Manfredo was saying, there's always this temptation to go back into this very techno-managerial approach in which we try to manage those impacts of developments, but at the same time, the who questions get left behind, and these kinds of impacts of demolitions in the name of flood alleviation projects often occur, and here in Indonesia, it often happens too. Now, with the question of whether there's neutrality and unbiasedness in procedural justice when it comes to urbanization, well, the way we develop cities and urbanize is also contributing to environmental degradation, also known as the Anthropocene, not the geological epoch. Yeah? The plastics that we saw on Kuta Beach, the 2 slides ago, was actually washed off from Java. And more than 50% of the world population is now urban, which means relatively higher density, more non-agricultural economies, and more diverse populations. And cities continue to become economic centers and centers of power, and making them social and economic aspirations. And there are even policies that benefit the urban rather than the non-urban, even if it is set for economic growth, and it is known as the urban bias. And urban bias leads to exploitation of natural resources, unequal ownership, as well as control systems. Meanwhile, policies that benefit the urban area are driven by elite interests, and the elites often reside in urban areas as centers of power and economies. In this case, we can ask who decides on these kinds of developments? Who have a say in urbanization plans? If Donald Trump and his business partner in Indonesia want to exhume graves in West Java to build a resort, can residents actually disagree with that? And the concept of spatial justice itself was an iteration from Henri Lefebvre's classic production of space, And Mustafa's paper has been inspirational when I was doing my PhD 20 years ago. Yeah, that's how old I am right now, right? And the production of space is actually a critique of capitalism-driven urbanization. In the same work, Henry Lefebvre also pointed out that nature is subject to exploitation, resource extraction, and everything urban conspires to harm it. We like Bali, for example, in which nature is one of the appeal of tourism as the main driver of the economy. Nature is also subject to exploitation. Endless encroachments of nature exploitative and environmental degrading developments that are financed by those in big cities, such as developers in Java or elsewhere in the world. And in the recent Bali flood, news reports indicated 154 tons of trash were left behind, and observers have pointed to the loss of green spaces, agricultural areas as the cause of flood. So if we go back to the concept of procedural justice, what is fair here? Who is benefiting from the environmental destruction and who is bearing the cost? Does everyone have a voice, treated with respect and dignity? In other contexts, nature may also have a voice. For example, New Zealand with the river, right? But here, does nature actually have a voice? So in achieving spatial justice, I would say in terms of, if we think about the procedural justice, civic spaces are essential when the principles of neutrality, voice, respect, and trustworthiness are not fulfilled. Civic spaces are autonomous spaces where community and civil society or associations effectively gather, debate, vote on, and participate in issues concerning the local and broader urban community. For example, in the case of Bali Reclamation Plan 9 years ago, hundreds of individuals, local non-governmental organizations, desa adat or villages, student bodies, social organizations, artists, and musicians form a civil society alliance called For Bali, in which they believe that the Benoa Reclamation Plan would be devastating to Bali as a whole. The civic spaces where communities discuss and mobilize can be in local community spaces, such as the one we see on the top right, or on the streets as demonstrations are ways to reclaim voice that is often overlooked, as well as expressions of questioning authorities' trustworthiness. Spaces of protest, therefore, are essential in understanding and operationalizing spatial justice. These spaces can be in the affected communities, such as this one, just this one, and it comes out, such as this one. No. Let me go back. The other side didn't come out. Sorry, I think we are all subjected to all these. I think I lost the slide there. All right. Spaces of protest, therefore, are essential in understanding and operationalizing spatial justice. And these spaces can be in affected communities, such as the one that you saw before in Pati, Rembang. But cities have always been strategic places for protest because they are centers of power and economies. Residents from the countryside may come and bring their concerns from outside the city to amplify protest messages. Women farmers from Kendeng also come to Jakarta to protest the cement factory development. Public spaces in the city become important connections between urban and rural and plays a part in spatial justice as a process. Kendeng women are not the only example. Several years prior to this, we also saw displaced villagers of Orong also protested at the same place across the presidential palace, and this was 2007, while continuing to protest at the disaster site, a Matko disaster due to gas exploration. And this is also another case of environmental destruction driven by urban bias development. And examples are abundant. This is another one that farmers from Indramayu protested the development of a coal power plant, and the protest is actually in Jakarta. But they are also protesting at their farms, and these images are spread through social media. Now, urban bias development continues to take place. So Indonesia continues to urbanize, and there have been conversions of farms and plantations, colliding interests of farm workers and landowners, the planning and aging agricultural sector, and shifting from primary sector to secondary and tertiary sectors indicate further challenges to spatial justice and exacerbation of environmental degradation. My slides seem to have its own life right now, and I see it's actually very tempting to just keep clicking, and I fall into the same issue that Manfredo was facing before. So this is actually warning Timo, you're next, right? So this thing, yeah, it works, but it has its own life. So we can see all these urban bias developments, for example, right? In the north coast of Jakarta, that is sinking. Indeed, there is climate change-induced sea level rise. The sinking is predominantly caused by environmental degradation and overdevelopment. And again, all these urban bias developments would eventually come back to haunt cities with more extreme disasters, such as floods. But unfortunately, the most common reaction from the so-called planners is still to further environmentally degrading structures. And these are the kind of techno-managerial approach, this is the Tanggul Laut, which is the dam to protect the island from the sea, right? So I would say that the more contradictions between spatial justice and the Anthropocene, the more we encounter protest spaces in cities, as there are more and more concerns from resource extraction. And in terms of Indonesia, the spaces for protest have reopened in Indonesia since 1998, and it has since become an emblem of democratic society. And being in a university ground here, I think everybody is very familiar with the history of Reformasi. I won't dwell too much into it since I only have 2 minutes left. But I would argue that protest spaces are part of the whole procedural justice cycle, especially in the context of the lack of trustworthiness of authorities. Here is an example of Ukoton, which conduct their activities and research on Rantas River. They also invite people to participate in their activities, and samples of water were brought to their lab for further examination. But at the same time, they also bring their protest to the city of Surabaya for not handling the waste, especially diapers, properly. Civic spaces, therefore, are a component of procedural justice. And very importantly, one of those civic spaces are places of protest to raise voices of concern. But how do we get there? Can we actually plan spaces for protests? Can we plan spaces for protests? Are those spaces emerging contextually rather than planned? To what extent are these public spaces planned? And to what extent are they open to interpretation of users? And who make decisions and whose interests are decisions made? And people can also be supporting infrastructures of civic spaces, and people's ability to reinterpret and to appropriate spaces are abundant. This ability is also an expression of voicing aspirations of what the space could and should be. Spatial justice, therefore, is a process of creating and recreating spaces towards representing diverse voices and respect towards various groups. And we can learn from small spaces, actually. Bottom-up spaces like these can also be potentials of addressing environmental degradation. These are a mural in Jakarta against waste, and also a waste bank in Denpasar, self-improvement of public spaces along waterways of Surabaya, and alleyways in Jakarta. And my slides doesn't really work, they are going very slow. But also there are participatory, affordable kampung susun as people's active involvement in providing decent housing. So housing rights in Jakarta has received a World Habitat Award in 2024 for their efforts. And this is reflective of what John Friedman termed alternative development, which stands for cities by and for citizens rather than for profit. On this scale of neighborhood-based development, there are also social ties that can be mobilized for participatory, community-based development that are more environmentally sustainable. So there has been abundant examples of these, and actually my next slides are only just to show you that this is actually occurring everywhere in Indonesia. This is Kampung Yoboy, Papua, an example of self-upgrading, and they also have their own preservation of the sago forest as the community source of food. And in terms of alternative development, we can learn from smaller scale urban communities, the kampung, the banjar, and the environment as common resources to sustain and manage, not to over-extract. And here, I would say that it's already present in many areas of Indonesia. The kampung and banjar are living examples that exemplify the possibility of governance through people's initiative, where physical, social, cultural, and political space is provided in which this can be expressed. Yeah. So the civic spaces have to be provided and also be constructed by the people. And besides space, it's also important to have time for this to mature. Yeah. So just to conclude, alternative development and as part of this argument that we pay attention to the procedural justice, distributional justice is insufficient to understand spatial justice. And because there is insufficient access to urban-rural continuum, there's power inequality and resource extraction and urban bias that is going on, and accessibility to public spaces as means of procedural justice. When we talk about spatial justice in the Anthropocene, I would say that there needs to be more attention to availability and accessibility of civic spaces in the city, addressing the urban bias and focus on local collective governance for sustainability. And I will just close with these two images. Come on here. After all, addressing environmental concerns represented by the Anthropocene is not just about creating the green spaces on the left, because these green spaces can always exist together with the spatial injustices, such as the images on the right. These two photos are from the exact same city, and they are from the same river, less than 20 kilometers apart, and these are photos from Nairobi. I would say that spatial justice is about planning with a new mode of governance, positioning ourselves as planners with commitment to spatial justice as an evolving process that allows for trial and error, and there needs to be adequate support from the government to ensure continued provision of public goods and to enhance commitments to social equity and environmental sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Panawang, for the very powerful presentation. So now let's move to our last presenter for this session, Professor De Vries. Welcome, Timo De Vries. Yeah, Professor Walter Timo De Vries is the full professor and chair of land management at the Technical University of Munich, Germany, since 2015. He was working a number of international projects in Asia, Africa, and South America with UNITAR in Geneva, and also worked with International Institute for Geo-Information Science and Earth Observation, ICT, at the University of London. So his key interest includes evaluating the impact of new city development, such as the new capital of Indonesia, and extending the so-called 8R framework of responsible land management and the land management equation. Professor Timo, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's a big challenge to be with this thing. Maybe I should clarify. I come from Technical University of Munich, and I'm the chair of land management, and that makes my key interest land and managing land, and especially how government practitioners, engineers, developers, they are thinking about managing land and what their key interests are. And for that reason, you look always with a particular eye at things. I look at the eye from this sort of practicality of what is it that people have to do and want to do. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. And oh, this goes a bit too quick. No, I get it. What the problem is? Okay. I was. Sorry for this. You warned me. Yes. It started with I do something actual, something that was discussed last month in Indonesia. I was sent a number of videos, YouTube videos on a particular item, which was all over the news. And that was an item where the government wanted to, or actually had decided to intervene in land rights to acquire or expropriate people if land was abandoned, if it was abandoned for 2 years or more. And immediately my reaction was, well, how can they do that? Is that normal? You can just take the land as government if they don't do something? And is the definition of abandonment clear enough? And that's what I wanted to find out. What is happening here? And can we look at this issue also from multiple perspectives? So the objective of this sort of reflection was, yeah, can we look at this issue of public and private rights, for example? My interest is land. Does a government intervention like this cross certain lines or not? And how does that compare in other countries as well? So the objective of the research of this sort of very quick reflection was how does it work? What was actually targeted, and how does that compare to other countries? Now, the Indonesian policy, after a couple of more YouTube videos, they clarified, well, we don't just want to take the land ownership rights, we just want to take the use rights if they don't use the land properly. And they also used the argument of spatial justice. Because they said, oh, it's not fair if people have unused land and some other people want to use the land. That is not fair. So we are intervening with the spatial justice sort of idea. And the question is this actually spatial justice, yes or no? They also said we don't want to take the land ownership rights, we just want to take the land use rights. Now, the question is also, is that really true? Is that not going to an issue of taking land ownership rights? So the objective was, how unique is this? Does that also happen in other countries? And secondly, how does this idea of the so-called eminent domain, the authority of government to expropriate people, and does that work in other countries? So, from a theoretical perspective, you can reason in all ways, in all directions. Classical, neoclassical economics would say an active role of this eminent domain of the government authority is actually unwanted, because the market should actually intervene in what is abandoned, useful, effective land use, and also therefore the resultant is the land rights. Development state theory, we have seen the Singaporean example very much. You have a post-colonial thing. But it's only unless they do so. And the theory of spatial justice says more or less the same. There is a role of the eminent domain. So I use then 5 questions to evaluate different countries and compare that to the case of Indonesia. What is actually the common balance between state and private ownership? How much can they intervene? What sort of criteria are relevant? What are the tools of enforcement? What were the narratives of the land distribution, taking over and rearranging the land rights? And what makes the role of the eminent domain actually unique or not unique? The methods were going into legal text and also previous text, and also going to compare the artifacts from Indonesia, the way that they want to do that with the artifacts of a number of countries, and I chose there Germany because I'm familiar with that. Also China as being very different, you would think, and Canada as a sort of a country from a completely different region and also with their own specifics. Now, let's look at those questions. So we'll see that in China, obviously, there is no private and public land ownership. It's just a state. So no balance whatsoever. But similar to Indonesia, there is a very strong government intervention. Actually, if you think about Indonesia, a lot of the intervention comes from centrally organized institutions. Germany, most of the land is privately owned. And the way they look at expropriation is they fear that. They don't want that at all. This is the last option in any land use planning or land management project. Still, there's also another question. Actually, 5% roughly is owned by the church. What if church land were abandoned? Could you actually take it? Here you also get into the difficulty with Indonesia. If church land or let's say Wakaf land is abandoned, could the government then take it? In Canada, it's a funny situation that there is private ownership, but there's actually most of the land is crown land. Crown land, almost 90% is crown land. Very strong control by the state also, funny enough, despite sort of the thinking that there's lots of private rights. And there's also indigenous rights, which are to a certain degree recognized. Now, that also makes the case interesting for Indonesia. How do they qualify their land as abandoned? We see that in China, they follow a similar procedure as in Indonesia. Typically, they also use 2 years. To me, 2 years sounded fairly random. Why 2? Why not 3? Why not 1? But they also use 2 years. It seems that Indonesia simply copied those 2 years. Or China, for that case. In Germany, actually, the time is not important at all. It concerns the physical characteristics. Does land look in a very bad state? Also buildings, derelict buildings. Are they in a very bad state? Only then we call it abandoned or unused or ineffectively used. And in Canada, we see that's actually a sliding scale. They say, well, abandoned is a kind of vacancy. It is vacant, and only after a certain time we label it as abandoned, but this is not something that automatically comes. If it's unused, it's not necessarily abandoned. So there we see different ways. The enforcement, China, very top-down, you could argue. But there's also an incentive of marketization at the same time. It's a bit of a contradiction. Very strong influence from the state, but also certain incentives to marketize land. They come into conflict with the collectives, especially for rural lands. But I think the bottom line is that they want to urbanize, and for that reason, they want to acquire more land in order to make the use of that land, to change the use of that land. Germany, they actually don't want to expropriate at all, but they use softer forms of governance, for example, through taxes or incentives or subsidies. They want to convince or seduce people to do something else. And in Canada, we see that actually the changes of land are often so slow by lots of court cases. So if there is any expropriation or any sort of acquisition of land, then the court cases are so long that it becomes more expensive to go through that process. The objectives, so what are the narratives behind the acquisition? Very often for China, it's use of public infrastructure. We were just discussing, we all came with the WOOS here in Indonesia to Bandung, and then with the feeder. They acquired land for that, but also where they placed the WOOS is very strange for an outsider. Especially, I stepped in the station in Karawang, very empty space, lots of agricultural land. There's no development at all in that particular region. So the narrative is public infrastructure, but is there perhaps another narrative? Maybe they want to acquire land for another reason there. In Germany, it's often not only for infrastructure, but also for green and affordable housing. So the public purpose is very clear. And in Canada as well, very often the public housing or affordable housing is used there. So the issue of spatial justice is really visible. So what makes this role of the eminent domain then in Indonesia so unique? I would say it compares a lot to China to a certain degree. Strong, centralized, strict governance, local governments having some authority to reclaim, but actually Indonesia seems to be more centralized. ATR BPN takes a lot of decisions actually from the top, whereas in China there's also more local development, you could say. In Germany, it's very decentral. So most of the decisions, also acquisition of land, are taken by local municipalities, and also the narratives and the justification have to come from there. And in Canada, provinces have a certain role. They even have their own expropriation act. So we see that there are quite some differences. Now, why is that relevant? Here's a quick overview of these findings. So we see there are indeed some differences, but we want to learn from those differences. And I think the learning lesson from those differences is broad practical. So how can we formulate new policies or revise the policies or warn for the possible pitfalls? And also theoretical. What can we think, theorize about this eminent domain? So those are the conclusions that we can draw. And again, sorry for the amount of text. I don't have any pictures. I come from an engineering and legal background, so lots of text. I guess theoretically for the policies, there is actually a potential risk of large number of evictions. So the argument that we only change land use could actually lead to lots of evictions, but also evict and expropriate really land ownership. I think if you start that process, then it's very easy to go one step further. Secondly, we see in practice that there's also a collision with local developers. So the expropriation, as perhaps we've seen also with the WOOS, the expropriation was for public infrastructure, but who actually becomes the landowner? It's actually private companies or big developers. So the public purpose is not always clear in many of those expropriations. The strict protection of property rights in Germany is very commendable, but we also see lots of, and in Canada, lots of legal court cases, if that happens or if there is a fundamental change in land use. So that's also not so good. And finally, the compulsory acquisition also risks a mismatch of values. Communal land, adat land, wakaf land, they have very different values of what is abandoned or not abandoned, as opposed to how government formulates that. So the theoretical assumptions, I guess then we also have to change a couple of things. I think the whole issue of public purpose, we have to redefine that. What is actually for a public purpose? Infrastructure, greening and housing seems to be very good, but public purpose should go beyond that. The social equity, social justice, but that's not yet in the law, so or that's not specified. So here again, in the procedures and in the law, we may need to change that. And also, theoretically, we could look at it from principal-agent theory, the principle sort of guiding how the authority should act and also how development projects should act. But maybe the issues of responsibility and accountability should also be part of that principal-agent relationship. And for that reason, I would say we need to establish a more integrative theory as well as a more integrative method of evaluation of certain projects and certain new laws or new policies. And not surprisingly, I argue therefore a more responsible way of looking at certain projects. And I call that the 8R framework of responsible land management. I see that my time has finished. My last slide, I'll show my 8R framework of responsible land management. I try to keep it as simple as possible. The 8Rs represent certain aspects of things that, thank you very much, that's very time is finished. But it also reflect a number of aspects which should be evaluated prior to such new policies and prior to the interventions into land. And they should be evaluated at the stage of defining the project, of executing the projects, and of looking at the outcomes. Thank you very much. I hope the slide will be.
Thank you very much, Professor De Vries, for that nuanced analysis of the legal and institutional dimension of spatial justice. So I would like to invite our speaker back to the seat. Thank you for all of the insightful presentations and contributions. And now we would like to open the floor for question and discussion. But please raise your hand if you'd like to ask a question. But I kindly ask that your question read and clearly indicate which speaker you are addressing or whether the question is open to the panel. Okay, so if there's any question, you can raise your hand. 1, 2, 3 from behind. Okay, so the first question from Pak Bobi.
Well, terima kasih. Well, maybe this is not really a question, but my very interesting 2 weeks personal experience. Because I was in Jakarta during the social protest last week. And then flew to Baran, we joined the Urban Social Forum, a group of 30 young people talking about social spatial justice. And the team is very interesting, rather city as possible. Then I was in Bambenas yesterday to join the launching of the National Strategy for Urban Development for Indonesia 2045. And now, actually, we have very interesting thing, social justice. That's really interesting. In social protest in Jakarta, everywhere in Indonesia, 300 group of young Indonesians talking about social justice in practice. And the national policy, which not really address the issue of social justice. And the Bambenas said that this is a document for 20 years from now, to achieve Indonesian urban development under the theme of Indonesia must, Indonesia. No even mention on your social justice. And now we are talking about this kind of very interesting theme, and thanks for the speaker. So my question perhaps to all of you, the real issue is how to transform the knowledge that we are talking here to the policy process. Because we are somehow close to the policy maker, but in fact, the national policy that the development research not really addressing this kind of issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Second question from that side.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Pak Budi. I was one of the friends who joined the social protest. My name is Isnan. I work for Climate Change Center under the supervision of Prof. Joko Santoso. My background is physical oceanography. I studied a lot of sea level rise, and I can confidently say that the issue of sea level rise and coastal flooding in north of Java is going to be a hot issue for the next 3 or 5 generations after me. So my question is probably to Burita. I admire a lot of your work. How could we incorporate the issues of intergenerational justice into the spatial justice framework? And also, if we borrow the concept from Bruno Leiter about involving the non-human factors into the planning, I would say that the current region often see ocean as the source of hazard. And I would like to know, like, what do you think of the current region to set the gray hard infrastructure boundary to separate the land and ocean, like the plan of building giant seawall? That's all, thanks.
Okay, thank you. That's a very important point. And the last question from behind. The last question for this first round, I guess.
Thank you for the chance. Good morning. Especially, I have a question for Professor Manfredini. I'm really interested and intrigued by your presentation. So my question is, the first thing that we should do that we should recognize non-human actors as a common good in collective action. So my question is, how do you plan to do this? Is it through science? Or does it mean that we should including scientists in our planning process, or how? Because here in Indonesia, including scientists in our planning process is quite too good to be true. So at least in your case, how do you do that, or how do you plan to do that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Badru, for the question. Okay, so give applause for the participant. Yeah, so we're going to ask the panelists who would like to answer first for the first question from Pat or me about how do we transfer the knowledge into policymaking processes. Who would like to start? Yes, I guess the question was for all of the panelists here. Maybe Professor De Vries would like to start? Yeah.
Well, that's an interesting question. How can we be better politicians than the current ones? That's actually what you're saying. But let me reason from what I was just saying, from the sort of rights perspective. At the end of the day, whether it's informal or formal rights, we all like to adhere to rights, or because we also like others to adhere to rights. And I think some of those rights systems need to change. I just got another YouTube video this morning. It's at the BPN and ATR. They want to make sure that all the registrations have to be done by BPN. Otherwise, next year, the old certificates won't be valid anymore. Well, I think that's a drastic policy, which we should also look at it critically. And I think we can adjust the rules. I think we can also pick up some of the rules that come out of this sort of informal processes, communal land rights, ADA lands, Wakaf land. I think there's lots of rules that somehow we can merge with the formal rules. But and that could then also be a basis for better policies if they have to adhere to the rules, assuming people adhere to the rules. That's another thing.
Yeah, also addressing the question from Pak Bobby. Thank you for raising that. I think that was actually the reason why at the end of my slide, I didn't talk about the policymakers anymore. I said, just learn from communities, right? Because I think that's sort of like one sort of frustrations these days. And I think that also explains all the things all the events that were going on the streets in Jakarta that you saw 2 weeks ago, and it also affected how I actually structured my presentation. Because I think the question is also, of course, we always have the state as related to the policy making, but if we think again, if we go back to just the circle, of procedural justice, what is actually the level of trustworthiness of the state right now? And if we are trying to, of course, yes, it doesn't mean that there's no state, but at the same time, I think there's also kind of diversity of actors within the state itself. Some of them may be more ready to collaborate than others. And I think nowadays what the civil society is doing is also trying to find those strategic points of entry. And I think this is going to be, just to refer to the second question about intergenerational, this is going to be an intergenerational issue of how to actually configure those points of entry. I think in one of my slides, I felt like you just snuck in that discussion about urban agrarian reform. And I know that there are some groups of presenters somewhere in Planocosmo. They are also the ones who are pushing for that urban agrarian reform and trying to advocate for acknowledgement of collective rights. The role of cooperatives in land, in terms of land rights, and I know who you are in the group. So I think there are things that are happening. I don't think, unfortunately, I mean, I wish we can see it in our generation, yeah, probably. But I think we also have to be ready to to sort of like, if it doesn't happen in this generation, so what will the role of this generation do? And how is the role of the next generation? The next generation, the ones who are protesting on the streets, they are very young. They might be younger than the ones you saw in Bali. And the Urban Social Forum, they are actually a mix of people my age, your age, and also the young ones. And just to go also to the question about intergenerational justice, yes, of course, the sea level rise is a problem. I think it is actually, in the ideal world, then yes, the scientists need to be involved in the policy making. I think, unfortunately, what is happening now, if you're looking at the north coast of Jakarta, the kind of the rising of the sea compared to the sinking of the land, and right now the sinking of the land is sort of like predominates, and the sinking of the land is really caused by more local issues, and I think that really relates to what are we doing here, and what are we and they are doing in terms of trying to address the situation. So I think, yes, intergenerational justice is an important thing to think about. And at the same time, it also means, it also doesn't mean that it's an issue that needs to be waited out for the next generation to solve. It really has to be now. And at the same time, what can be done now, actually, there are some limits to how we can push for things, and some people who are responsible for doing things have to start doing their own responsibility, and again finding those strategic places to push for these responsibilities for environmental conservation and also rehabilitation is something that really, I think, needs a lot more work. Sorry, I wish I had a more optimistic answer to that, but right now it's very difficult to be optimistic.
Thank you, Burita. So it's also answering the second question, I guess. Yeah, thank you.
I think for brevity here, I probably can just give a quick comment on the question itself. So when we talk about social justice, the main problem is that we give for granted that we understand what social justice implies in terms of space and spatial justice. Now, spatial justice is associated to urban justice when you look at the urban environment. Now, they're all very highly problematic elements that we need to reconsider and reframe in terms of understanding how they can be first and foremost understood before transforming any sort of decision into policy. What I'm trying to say here is that when we've seen Lefebvre mentioned several times today, and he was the first to say, well, we would like put in brackets social every time we mention space. And he had this sort of triplectic, right? So the physical space, the mental space, and the social one, which is probably even not necessarily, he was always trying to go away from the dialectical discourse of the oppositions. But the question here is exactly how we understand the space as a social construct, because at that point, we are able to reconsider the dimensions in which it appears to our form of regulation, for instance. Now, Barbara was talking about the question of rural and urban and properties in China. Now, the question there is incredibly complicated because it is true that in China, there's virtually no private ownership of land. I'm saying virtually because they sold some land somewhere, for instance, in Beijing. But in reality, what is happening is that they have so-called, where there was in 49, the so-called split between agricultural and non-agricultural population. There was kind of term equalization, the urban and the rural. And then what happened is that the rural population, which at the time was the large majority, had this sort of perpetual land right, the use of land, which is something that, in a sense, gets close to property, but it's not property, it's not ownership. Indeed, if you leave the collective, because the ownership was given to the collective, you lose the right of the land and the rights. But that's quite a complicated thing, because when you talk of that in the length of time, and that the variable of time is another one that has to be taken into consideration, the discrimination between private and public in that particular situation becomes particularly critical and particularly complicated. Now, if you look at what is happening right now, China, because it's happening there. I have a student who is working on a particular phenomenon happening that's happening the last 10 years in China, which is public-private partnership established between the government, central government, and one of the largest companies called Alibaba, and the ecosystem of Alibaba, in particular Taobao. There is this phenomenon of so-called Taobao villages, which is an incredible idea if you want to take at the face value of, in a sense, many people going back to the rural space and revitalize the countryside. That's a policy that started in 2005, was never really implemented until many small actions, including this one, occurred. Disaster. This is in most of the cases disaster. Unannounced disaster. Why? Simply because this was all based on a sort of assumption that by industrializing the countryside, they would have brought prosperity there. As a result, they have incredibly disrupted a system of systems, again, of space, in which different rules, Asiatic mode of production, talking on the Federal, the system implemented after 49 of politicalization, and essentially the question of whatever it is, kinship in a particular rural area has been completely subverted by this new regulation in which still you have the leaders of the collectives, but at the same time you have the new machines of these mechanism of whatever it is, e-commerce in the case, most of it with a specific system that link it to a form of instant, so essentially streaming, that mobilizes a quantity of things that again recombine into multiple levels, urban and non-urban, for instance, the question of influences. So I'm just giving this example because what you see is that at the point, the question is, when do we start understanding what it means, spatial justice or urban justice? But I stop it here, otherwise the time is...
Thank you, Professor Mambrelius.
Actually, it's not a question from above, it's just a statement, but it is shown that that are the practical case of the planning under pressure. Unpredicted values, unpredicted environment, and unpredicted decision-making process. Unpredicted values, in a national context, we have a standard, we have the values, but different condition in the local area, they have to respond and to adjust the condition with the standard. Other thing is that unpredicted environment. We have a limitation in building or develop, but it's already done in the local level. So there's, for instance, bencana everywhere just because of unpredicted environment. Other things that unpredicted decision-making process. In terms of protests, so many stakeholders, so many decision-making process happen not only in national level, in provincial, and then in the local level. Other things related with the continuation of the planning under pressure is that the emergence of the next generation cities. So in the local level, the first one is the intergenerational development framework. Do we just adapt the Gen Z in our planning concept? Is there any concept about silver community or silver economy? The second one, this directly or indirectly the impact of Industry 4.0. Other thing is that the disaster happened because of the need to transform the circular economy or mining activities, the need of energy transition, and then also we have to move on to the next city after the pandemic. That was the external concept that have to include in UDP. And the internal one, of course, the topic how we integrate the resilient, sustainable, inclusive, and then other things. That's it.
Thank you, Professor Rino. And probably we'll get back to Professor Manfredi for the third question from Andrew about the involvement of scientists in this process.
Is it 2 hours there or is it 2 minutes? No, the question is very pertinent and very difficult to answer. Why is? Well, there are multiple reasons. Now, if we imagine the question of the rights given to non-human bodies or non-human entities, non-human things, that can be also immaterial. And that becomes even more complicated because we don't even know what these bodies that somehow materialize in thin air are. And so how can we give them rights? But let's take it from the very simple question of how we can recognize a particular characteristic of expression, for instance, of elements of nature. And there's lots of literature on the non-human expression. Look at flowers, for instance, and how they express themselves, attract bees. Talking about, I mentioned Deleuze a couple of times, Deleuze wrote about becoming woman or becoming other. So, and this is the question, as was saying before, even in my presentation, of these hybrid identities. Well, not hybrid because I'm Italian and New Zealander, but simply hybrid because my identity is in continuous mutation, transformation, and transition. So at that point, this expression of identities is no longer anything that you can identify specifically in something which is the human being or whatever is the object. Another person that I mentioned is the late Bernard Stiegler or Bernard Stiegler. It depends if you pronounce it the German way or the French, because he's French with a German origin. So this guy is a guy who was particularly interested because he started talking about what he considered tertiary retention. What is tertiary retention? Well, let's simplify it in a way in which we remember things. Right, so when I'm talking something, the primary retention is what you understand from what I'm saying. The secondary retention is what is retained by particular memo techniques like the books or like any form of repository of a particular knowledge. The tertiary one is a mechanism, and we know it now very well when we use our computer, not by chance. Stiegler was absolutely at the forefront of new technologies until he killed himself in 2020, I think. And this is exactly what those machines are now doing. Now, when we look at the point of general intelligence, we probably reach in a few years, if not months, then we understand immediately that there is a question there that our capacities is not only simply delegated to a machine, but our capacities are simply mobilized by by machinery or by prosthetic system. That is not the reason for us, but the reason with us. And then with us is the togetherness that we need really to focus on when we talk about giving rights to non-human things. Now, I don't want to talk about things that lead to long, lengthy conversation on active network theory. Blue Latour has been mentioned several times. But this is an area that requires absolute interest and focus if we want to clarify what the hell means to give a right to a river, which is something that the Maori has always had and always respected. So it's something that, in a sense, is not just because now we have this new technology, it's that we, in a sense, have always neglected, and probably because there's to do with some sort of capacities of abstraction that we have with our mechanism of processing information, we have always neglected. I think we stop here, 0.
Thank you very much. But allow me to ask one final question, because I think it's very important to sort of summarizing what we have in the last 2 days. So as scholars, so working within the institution, we are often embedded in a structure of privilege and power. And how might we critically reflect on our own positionality in the production of knowledge, particularly in the context of the Anthropocene, where the stakes of injustice are planetary in scale? So what do you think what are the responsibilities do we carry? And what might we need to do differently, methodologically, ethically, or politically, to ensure that our work not only describes injustice, but actually contribute to its redress? So is there probably 2 of you want to answer that quickly? Thank you.
Whoa, you're actually asking, should people actually do what we say in our publications? And well, they have to read it first. That's the first thing. No, I guess we have a responsibility. I feel with all of you that society is somehow changing with new generations, and the older you get, you think that nothing changes, everything stays the same and comes back. But I think there is a fundamental change of how people acquire knowledge. Maybe we should, and I'm just brainstorming out loud, maybe we should be more engaged also with the community and with actual planning activities, also as a lecturer or as a teacher or even as a professor, and engage more with both feet on the ground, and then get back to the teaching position. Yeah, I think that's what's necessary. Yesterday we heard the comment that we teach about planning, but we never come in informal settlements. So we don't know how informal settlement planning actually works. So yeah, we have to deal more with it and practice that, I think.
It's very powerful reflection, I think.
Yeah, as academics, we do have a privilege. We can sit here and discuss all these things and have water on the table. We don't have to worry about food. We have all these beautiful structures around us as spaces in which we actually have these kinds of discussions. And this is actually a privilege. And I would also say that with any privilege comes the responsibility. And the responsibility that I'm talking about here is actually, I think we try to define the responsibility. I understand in Indonesia there is a Tritano Perguruan Tinggi, which is, implemented in many different kinds of interpretation. But the responsibility that I'm talking about here is really not just in terms of treating the kinds of work that we do as a charity that we give back to society. I don't think we should give back to society, but I think we should take responsibility and really seriously reflecting on the ways the kinds of research topics that we choose, the kinds of methods that we choose to mobilize them. Just now, if we have a topic on informal settlement, then it should not be acceptable anymore to have just the methods of just never go there. I think it's actually really important to have that kind of very much experiential kind of understanding of what we are talking about, and also the kinds of things that are at stake now. So many people, actually 2 weeks ago, so many people were actually on the streets protesting. There are things that are not going very well. What are the kinds of priorities that we should do, that we should take in terms of defining our research? Of course, institutionally, it can be a privilege, it can also be a boundary, right? But at the same time, we need to be able to configure where we are actually standing so that we can address, we can take the responsibility to actually respond to and be part of that process of really trying to achieve this spatial justice, not just in terms of writing it, but also in terms of be part of that procedure.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So it's a very thought-provoking discussion and presentation that we have today. So before, I don't want to really end this as an end of our search for social justice, but I would like to suggest this plenary session conclusion as an opening toward our continued conversation, collaboration, and critical action toward the search of social justice. Thank you for our presenter today. Thank you for the democracy. And I would like to hand the stage back to our MC.
All right, thank you so much. Please give a round of applause once again to our speakers and moderator. Thank you so much for all speakers for the provoking stations, and thank you also Ms. Karina for guiding us through this inspiring plenary session. And we kindly ask to all the speakers and moderator to stand up as we are going to move forward to the next agenda.
Yes, so before we end this session, we would like to present the token of appreciation. So we kindly invite Professor Sri Mariani as the representative of Regional and Urban Infrastructure System, Mr. Wilmar Salim, PhD, as the representative of Regional and Rural Planning Research Group, Professor Haryo Winarso as the head of Urban Planning and Design Research Group, and last but not least, Professor Pradono as the head of Economic System and Modeling Research Group, Institut Teknologi Bandung.
This session is a symbolic appreciation from ITB and 7th Planocosmo International Conference Committee to our speakers in today's Plenary session. The first token of appreciation will be given to Professor Ridwan Sutriyadi by Professor Pradono. Please move forward. This is a symbolic appreciation from the head of Economic System and Modeling Research Group, ITB, to our first speaker. You may give a round of applause. And then the second token of appreciation will be given to Dr. Manfredo Manfredini by Wilmar Salim, PhD. Another symbolic appreciation from representative of Regional and Rural Planning Research Group ITB to our second speaker. Thank you so much. And the third token of appreciation will be given to Rita Padawani, PhD, by Professor Sri Mariane. Please move forward. This is a symbolic appreciation from the representative of Regional and Urban Infrastructure System Research Group ITB. Thank you so much. And then last but not least, the token of appreciation will be given to Professor Walter Timur De Vries by Professor Haryo Wiharso as the head of Urban Planning and Design Research Group ITB. Okay, thank you so much. All right, and now we are going to move to the photo session, a group photo session. So please line up on this stage to all the speakers, moderator, and representative. Okay, all eyes on camera. 3, 2, 1. Okay, once again, all eyes on camera, and 3, 2, 1. All right, give a round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen, to our speakers, moderator, and representative of ITB and 7th Planocosmo International Conference Committee. Thank you so much. You may go back to your seats. Okay, that was a symbolic appreciation from ITB and the 7th Planocosmo International Conference Committee to our speakers in today's plenary session. All right, it's really amazing. But ladies and gentlemen, before we move forward to the next agenda, we will now proceed to a coffee break first.
Yes, the coffee break is already prepared at the designated area, and we would like to remind you that the coffee break is available for registered participants only. In the event at 10:40 a.m.
All right, so thank you so much, and please enjoy your coffee break.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I big Spencer, but you're coming here, and then he said, "Oh, just ask him to." And I still remember this. Went to see in the race. Okay. Yeah, me too. I played for yeah. I played. Yeah. Yeah, I know. This I played with him in Hawaii.
In the luminous streets of Surakarta, amidst the hum of modern traffic and the flickering glow of lights on rain-slick road, the pedicab wheels murmur gently as if carrying echoes of her laughter, sunlit conversation, and the humble footsteps that live one generation into the next. The pedicab was first created in Yokohama, Japan, in the late 19th century, then spread to Batavia and various cities in Java in the early 1900s. In Surakarta, pedicabs began operating around the 1930s, especially in the Keraton area and batik villages. Since then, they have become an important part of daily life, and even until the 90s, they were still in high demand despite the growing dominance of motorized vehicles. The Surakarta government realized
Yeah, the smaller yeah, I can imagine
Ladies and gentlemen, now we need to go into your seats. Towards our next agenda of the second Planocosmo International Conference will be in Charles. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly inform you that the next agenda of the seventh Planocosmo International Conference will be held shortly. Please go back to your designated seats. Thank you.
Kami informasikan kepada para tamu undangan dan juga partisipan yang hadir di aula dalam Institut Teknologi Bandung. Bagi yang menemukan handphone di area aula dalam Institut Teknologi Bandung, kami mohon untuk segera informasikan ke panitia di sebelah kanan panggung supaya lanjut kepada seluruh partisipan dan tamu undangan yang ada di sekitar aula dalam Institut Teknologi Bandung yang menemukan handphone di area ini. Kami imbau untuk menginformasikannya ke panitia yang ada di sebelah kanan panggung. Terima kasih.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the West Hall. We hope you enjoyed your coffee break and hope that you're already refreshed and ready to go to the next agenda of the 7th Planocosmo International Conference.
That's right. So right now we would like to invite all of the guests and all of the participants to come back to this venue, to come back to their seats, because we are going to continue to the next agenda with the commemoration of Planning School in Indonesia. So please, once again, to all of the guests and participants to come back to their seats on the venue in this hall. All right then, so the next one would be a commemoration of Planning School in Indonesia, as we are celebrating the 66th anniversary of the Planning School in Indonesia. And we would like to inform you that this session will be conducted in Bahasa Indonesia by Insinyur Andi Utomo, MPL. Insinyur Andi Utomo, MPL has been a long-time lecturer and researcher at ITB since 1988, actively contributing to various research centers on coastal management, disaster mitigation, tourism, and infrastructure development. His professional roles include being an expert staff of Maritime Affairs at the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Investment, as well as a member of regional spatial planning forums. He has been engaged in multiple research and advisory roles for government agency and local development planning bodies.
Yes, so without any further ado, please welcome our moderator, Insinyur Andi Utomo, MPL. The stage is yours.
Ya, baik Bapak Ibu sekalian. Even though this session will be conducted in Bahasa Indonesia, but don't worry, all of the presentation on the screen will be in English, and you all will follow what's going on in the venue here. So, baik Bapak Ibu sekalian, karena ini bicara mengenai sejarah pendidikan planologi di Indonesia, kita maka bicara mengenai Departemen Teknik Planologi yang pertama kali berdiri di Indonesia. Oleh karena itu, sesi ini adalah sesi kasepuan, karena yang bicara akan banyak dari para sesepuh dari ITB, pendidikan planologi ITB, di mana dari mulai berdiri sampai sekarang. Nah, oleh karena itu saya nanti yang akan paling muda bicara di sini, karena pernah ditunjuk sebagai ketua tim sejarah pada tahun 1999 pada waktu Plano 50 di ITB ya. Nah, Plano 50 ITB, saya adalah ketua tim sejarah, maka diminta menjadi moderator pada saat ini. Oleh karena itu, tanpa menyita waktu lagi, saya panggilkan para presenter yang akan menceritakan kepada Bapak Ibu sekalian, khususnya terutama untuk yang baru-baru masuk begitu ya, mungkin tidak kenal apa itu Departemen Teknik Planologi yang pada waktu itu berdiri begitu ya. Oleh karena itu saya panggil Pak Syarif, silakan Pak Syarif Ibrahim-Aja, kemudian Ibu Mira Gunawan, dan Pak Kusbiantoro. Saya persilahkan mengambil tempat di depan. Ya, seperti tadi saya katakan, sesi ini adalah sesi kasepuan. Jadi mohon maaf jika ada sesuatu yang kurang pas. Silakan Pak. Dari ujung sana Pak. Ya. Pak Kus. Oh, kurang masuk, kurang mundur sih. Nah. Baik Bapak Ibu sekalian, untuk pertama kali mungkin saya akan perkenalkan nanti masing-masing dari para pembicara, dan untuk memperkenalkan ini saya juga akan memperkenalkannya dalam bahasa Inggris dulu untuk para presenter kita yang ada di sini, sehingga bisa diketahui oleh semua overseas participants begitu ya di dalam konteks ini, untuk
tahu siapa beliau. Ya. Yang pertama nanti Pak Mat Syarif Puradimadja. Deskripsi singkatnya adalah ya setelah after completing his studies Department of Planology in 1969, Mr. Syarif immediately began his career as a lecturer at the same department. After 15 years of teaching, he focused more on the process of developing various spatial plans in various cities and various levels, from master plans and zoning plans to detailed area plans. However, alongside these activities, his attention also focused on finding solutions for the effectiveness of the plans themselves. This solution included the establishment of strengthening of planning institutions and public services system for more effective utilization of urban spatial plans. Furthermore, he also focused on the planning and implementation of infrastructure development of both regional and city level through public-private partnership, PPP, SIPs. They undoubtedly involve the involvement of stakeholders in the establishment of this institution, such as separation of regulatory and operator function. Furthermore, careful study was essential in drafting cooperation contracts, business plans, and financial process for each PPP project to achieve a win-win solution. That's Pak Syarif Puradimadja. And the second, Dr. Insinyur Mira P. Gunawan, MD, is an urban and regional planner, founder of the Tourism Studies Center at Institute Teknologi Bandung, ITB, and former Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. She has been active as a lecturer at ITB and has led major national tourism planning projects, including the Indonesia Tourism Long-Term Development Plan 2025 to 2045, and destination planning in Danau Toba, Mandalika, and Wakatobi. She also contributed as editor of Rethinking Tourism Indonesia, published by ITB Press. And the last, Professor Dr. Insinyur PS Kusbiantoro, MA, MSc. Pak Kusbiantoro born in Solo in 1942. Is an urban planner and academic with extensive leadership experience in higher education and professional organization. He earned degrees from ITB, UCLA, MIT, and the University of Pennsylvania, where he also completed his doctorate. He has served in key roles at Institute Teknologi Bandung, including Director of LPP and Head of B3WK in ITB, as well as Chair of the Academic Senate of SAPBK. Beyond academia, he was Executive Director of PURDI, Chair of the Certification Board of the Indonesian Association of Planners, and currently serves as Chair of APTIC and the Expert Council of ABP BTS. That's all of the presenters. So I will continue with presentation. Firstly, I myself will introduce the establishments of the Department of Technical Planology. So we will see this here. Ya, kalau yang angkatan 80, 70 dan sebagainya masih ingat ini gedung ini. Jadi kita dulu cuma punya ini, bayangkan. Sekarang gedung lantai 6 ada dua gedung yang tinggi begitu dengan 6 lantai. Dulu kita cuma punya ini, jadi itu waktu pembangunannya tahun 58, kemudian 59 selesai, ya. Dan diresmikan tahun 59 yang paling bawah, ya. Jadi supaya mengingat-ingat, ya, kita pernah kuliah di situ, gitu ya. Intinya adalah seperti itu. Kemudian yang sekarang tentunya bisa membayangkan sulitnya pada waktu itu ya, untuk mencari ruangan untuk ini dan sebagainya. Nah, tapi kita tidak akan ke sana. Kita mulai dari, saya akan cerita dari langkah-langkah yang ditempuh ya. Jadi seperti tadi gedung itu saja itu memerlukan waktu lama sampai diresmikan ya. Sehingga tidak mudah untuk mengikuti sejarah pendirian teknik planologi di ITB itu dengan sesuatu yang tidak memerlukan ya, pekerjaan ya, dan mulainya bukan dari ITB ya, justru ya. Kalau nanti ide dan inisiatifnya itu atau ide-ide dasarnya itu dari Kementerian PU pada waktu itu departemen ya, departemen PU di mana punya namanya bagian tata ruang pembangunan BTRP ya, yang dikepalai pada waktu itu oleh Pak Pusdati Noto ya. Jadi mulainya dari sana. Nanti kita akan lihat kemudian langkah-langkah breakthrough-nya, kemudian penyiapannya, dan akhirnya peresmian. Baru kemudian next journey ini adalah S1, kemudian kita mendirikan S2, magister, kita mendirikan doktoral, ya, S3. Jadi itu adalah milestone dari pendirian sejarah dari Departemen Teknik Planologi ITB. Ya. Nah, sekarang namanya PWK, Perencanaan Wilayah dan Kota. Jadi itu adalah sesuatu yang ini yang bawah ya, yang maju. Nah, jadi mulainya seperti saya ceritakan tadi, justru dari Departemen PU. Jadi Pak Pusdati Noto ya, sebagai kepala dari bagian tata ruang pembangunan ya di Kementerian atau Departemen PU pada waktu itu. Ya. Kemudian BTRP ini adalah bagian dari tadi Public Works ya, dari PU yang merasa bahwa kurang SDM, tidak ada planners atau ahli perencanaan yang ada itu, jadi masih kurang, sehingga kemudian atau menimbulkan ide untuk membentuk sekolah begitu ya, sekolah untuk penataan ruang. Nah, oleh karena itu inisiatifnya adalah dengan membentuk seminar-seminar ya, pada waktu itu masih city planning ya, yang dilakukan ya, baik nasional maupun internasional. Yang nasional pada diselenggarakan tahun 52 dan diikuti tahun 54 diselenggarakan di Jepang ya, dengan bantuan dari United Nations Executive Agency. Nah, kemudian ada bantuan dari inisiatifnya datang kemudian memperoleh bantuan dari Bappenas gitu ya, sehingga kemudian mencari coba bagaimana mereka membentuk tim ya, kemudian bersama-sama mencari kira-kira kemana, di mana harus dibentuk begitu ya pendidikan ini. Yang pertama kali justru mereka datang ke UGM sebenarnya karena melihat UGM itu ilmunya banyak gitu ya, variasinya yang didirikan diselenggarakan oleh UGM banyak. Nah, kemudian UN itu juga menyambut dengan baik untuk kemudian menyelenggarakan seminar tadi di Tokyo tahun 58. Nah, National Seminar tahun 54, International Seminar 58 fokus pada spatial planning. Apa kepentingannya untuk pembangunan Indonesia? Kemudian makanya di sini sangat diharapkan apa namanya PTRP itu mendirikan atau mengusahakan berdirinya sekolah yang mengajarkan perencanaan tata ruang. Nah ini didukung oleh Pak Penas, yang sekarang Pak Penas, dulu namanya State Planning Bureau, itu yang dikepalai pada waktu itu oleh Pak Juanda, dan bahkan Pak Juanda kemudian menunjuk Pak Kusatinoto sebagai project leader dari Spatial Planning Education. Nah, kemudian juga memperoleh banyak dukungan support dari teman rekan-rekannya di Departemen PU, koleganya di BTRP, dan sebagainya, termasuk dari UN. Jadi UN-nya ini juga banyak versinya, tetapi dari beberapa ahli yang kemudian menulis, mereka mengatakan bahwa PBB-nya itu adalah United Nations Office of United Nations-nya itu UNTAP, UNPAP, dengan langsung memberikan apa namanya bantuan-bantuan ya, dalam konteks itu, termasuk stafnya yang sedang membantu Jakarta, yaitu Kenneth Watts. Kenneth Watts pada waktu itu adalah membantu menyusun perencanaan tata ruang DKI Jakarta. Nah, kemudian Kenneth Watts itulah yang kemudian juga membantu Kusatinoto menghubungkan dengan United Nations Technical Assistance itu di headquarters di New York. Sehingga oleh karena itu memberikan support dan fasilitasi untuk melanjutkan ide untuk mendirikan perguruan tinggi penataan ruang. Nah, Indonesia juga kemudian pada waktu itu offer ya untuk professional school-nya itu dengan bantuan dari Harvard Graduate School of Design untuk pendiriannya, dan akhirnya diterima ya usulannya itu oleh UN dalam konteks itu, dan kemudian secara perlahan menyiapkan berdirinya sekolah itu. Nah, dalam penyiapan pendiriannya itu beberapa challenge malah datang dari ITB sendiri, yang pada waktu itu adalah Fakultas Tekniknya UI. Jadi di tahun 50-an itu adalah ITB itu adalah Fakultas Teknik dari Universitas Indonesia. Nah, pada waktu mau mendirikan Departemen Teknik Planologi, nah itu penolakan justru dari profesor-profesor ITB sendiri. Nah, itu yang merupakan challenge yang luar biasa dihadapi pada waktu itu oleh Pak Kusatinoto dan kawan-kawan. Karena Pak ITB pada waktu betul-betul memakai sistem yang sudah disepakati sejak Hindia Belanda gitu ya. Jadi harus mengikuti pola yang dikembangkan oleh The Delft College of Technology Netherlands. Sehingga mereka menolak ada Departemen Teknik Planologi di ITB ya. Tapi itu kemudian selesai soalannya. Nah, lalu apa yang harus disiapkan ya? Jadi tinggal sekarang adalah beberapa hal yang terkait dengan teknis, bagaimana educational obstacle-nya itu yang harus dihadapi, yaitu apa? Menetapkan di mana universitas itu harus tetapkan, kemudian menyediakan dosen-dosennya, pengajarnya, kemudian supporting activities yang diperlukan seperti kurikulum dan yang lain-lain. Jadi bahkan di mana atau gedungnya sudah ada belum. Jadi membangun gedung itu tadi yang sudah kita lihat gambarnya di awal itu adalah bagian yang pada waktu itu menjadi persoalan sendiri. Nah, kemudian Konstantinoto itu memperoleh bantuan untuk hal-hal itu dari profesornya sewaktu dia sekolah di United States of America. Nah, oleh karena itu memperoleh channel ya, untuk menerima bantuan dolar dari luar negeri dan juga rupiah dari Kementerian atau Departemen Keuangan kita. Nah, kemudian ini istilah ini yang kemudian kita akan bahas nanti di dalam konteks ini. Kita sekarang menggunakan urban and regional. Nah, sebenarnya ini sesuatu yang dihindari pada waktu itu ya, karena sebenarnya nama dari ini tidak bisa sesukanya dilakukan gitu ya di dalam konteks ini ya. Karena itu disepakati bahwa Indonesia itu lebih fokus pada regional, baru kemudian city. Jadi makanya regional and city planner. Jadi kalau kita sekarang mengubah menjadi urban and regional seperti di barat, nah itu sebenarnya melanggar ini gitu ya, kesepakatan para pendiri kita ini. Karena mereka riset dulu begitu apa yang diperlukan Indonesia, kan begitu ya, diperlukan Indonesia ternyata justru regional dulu begitu ya di dalam konteks ini. Supaya lebih cepat kita supaya nanti bisa diteruskan oleh Pak. Ini kembalinya gimana? Kenapa sebenarnya? Nah, di sini ya. September 59 TPDK section didirikan ya, diresmikan oleh Presiden ITB pada saat itu Profesor Sumono. Dihadiri juga oleh Ernest Weisman sebagai kepala dari Housing Planning and Building Material Section dari PBB. Dan sebagai penghormatan atas usaha keras Pak Konstantinoto tadi, maka mereka dimasukkan sebagai advisors gitu ya di dalam konteks ini, dan dimasukkan dicatat di dalam Regional and City Planning section di study plan. Nah, secara ringkas itu sampai berdirinya ya. Nah, kemudian setelah berdiri apa yang dilakukan mendengar dari Pak Syarif Puradimaja. Silakan Pak Syarif.
Ladies and gentlemen and participants, good afternoon. In this occasion, I will briefly convey the history of the establishment of the School of Regional and Urban Planning at ITB that was found and established 66 years ago. So, this is the genesis of the establishment of this department, and maybe this is the other notes beside what it was presented by Andi Utomo, that it is the situation that we can imagine at the time in the in the first 1950s, the condition of the Republic of Indonesia, that there is no having the long-term plan and middle-term plan. So that's why in the early 50s, the Indonesian government, through the State Planning Bureau, under the leadership of Mr. Juanda Kartawijaya, began preparing the first time the drafting of long-term and medium-term development plans at the national, regional, and local level. In reality, due to the lack of experience drafting development plan, the Bureau faces difficulties in finding a sound planning system. That's the situation at the time in the middle of the decade of 1950s. So that's why the State Planning Bureau recognized the importance of expert support for development planners as existing support staff like expertise and experience. That's the condition what we have at the time. And based on this awareness, the proposal is also to establish the education and education institution that will produce graduates with expertise in the field of national, regional, and local development planning. Well, afterwards, there was a proposal from the State Planning Bureau to the UN when they established two institutions. The first one is Physical Design Education Program, Institute of Planet Force, and the second Building Research Institute, as well as called Regional Housing Center. This proposal from the State Planning Bureau is addressed to the UN, UNDP, and it was forwarded to various American universities and finally received approval from the Harvard University Department of Civic and Regional Planning. It's called Department of Urban Design. This assessment was based on a joint study by the Joint Center for Plan Studies between Harvard and MIT. And the scope of the expertise for planning, there were the development planning expertise received and recognized as an engineering field, looking at this context from the physical aspect rather than the social aspect. There is a deliberation and social aspect, which is conception, physical engineering, science, to handle the planning field. The context of physical planning was reinforced by the view of existing engineers who were educated according to the pre-independent Dutch conception of planning, so-called planology. So that's why in IDB, the Department of Regional and Urban Planning also called the part of planology. This is the basic objective of establishing the planning education program. First, to train the planning expert needed for national, regional, and local development. And second, it scopes and encompasses all areas of national physical planning, which is interpreted as an engineering specialty on planology. And the curriculum scope, the curriculum is for 5.5 years of study with 155 credit. Is master credit. It is similar to the integration of other department at ITB, which also opened in 1959. The curriculum and syllabus are considered adequate, have been developed with input from the Harvard Assistant Team. It is considered appropriate for Indonesian need, even though this department is the first in the Southeast Asia. The establishment of the Department of Planology, when the condition of the building, including the curriculum and lecturers, was ready, the new building of the Department of Planology, or Urban and Regional Development Planning, was inaugurated on September 14, 1959, and the first class of lecturers will begin. The inauguration ceremony for the establishment of the Department of Planning, attended by Professor Martin Nielsen, representing UNDP and the Harvard University Assistant Team, Professor William Wowuntu, Professor Kus Adinoto from Ministry of Public Works, and Professor Engineer Sutejo from the Department of Civil Engineering. The Department of Planning or Urban and Regional Development Planning was inaugurated. At the beginning of this year, Professor Engineer Sutejo was temporarily appointed as the head of the department, and the following years it was replaced by Professor William Wowuntu. The UN advisory is ongoing. An assistant advisor came and went to assist in the development of this education program from 1959 to 1972. This is the effort how to strengthen the materials, rules and planning principles in these institutions in developing and deepening the curriculum and syllabus. This included Professor William Goebel. There are some of our experts at the time. And its present, this advisors ensure that the course syllabus receives significant input, both in terms of the substance of planning principles and methods, as well as in the technical and engineering aspect. And what as recently, planning more focus on physical planning. And why physical planning? It's because the focus in this environment is very broad. So that's why the scoping and comprehensive to the broad spectrum of scientific knowledge. The development planning, the aspect involved are not only physical, but also non-physical aspects, such as social, economic, cultural, political, and so on. And emphasis of physical aspects. Actually, it is a manifestation of a man-made and natural patterns and structures. Man-made pattern and structure are the result of the interaction between land and space use pattern and human activities, their diverse function and their activities. The physical and non-physical aspect must be summarized and their interrelated system understood rationally to provide basis for consideration in developing urban and regional plans. This is the basic of planning education. intended to provide a foundation for physical planning education. For physical planning education, emphasizing the substance of physical spatial planning in city and regional scale. And it is defined by the process of determining appropriate future action through the series of choices or methods. The process of selecting appropriate action is carried out through the use of various criteria and measures that lead to established goals. And learning objectives of planning and action are based on providing technical skills and knowledge. The first objective, development of rational and comprehensive mindset and insight, strategic thinking and analytical skills to identify the best alternative for planning solution. The ability to formulate alternative solutions to development problems that are technically and morally justifiable and agreed upon by multiple parties and parties. The second specific goal are to develop regional and urban planning personnel with adequate academic qualification as expected. The resulting planners will be professionals in their fields and capable of mastering the solution of regional and urban planning problems in all aspects of life, growth, and sustainability. There is a consolidation of teaching staff to strengthen the lecturing in this department. There is a story behind the notes about all the alpha team led by Professor Martin Mason and Mr. William Wawarutu conducting talent scouting for potential teaching position, both from within and outside IGB. From within IGB, there were names like Mr. Tan Xuan, Mr. Abu Kassan Mahrub, as well as Mr. Hasan Turbo. Actually, several others names from within IGB were assigned to study, to strengthen the teaching staff. However, because there were also personnel needed to assist with UNDP planning in Jakarta, they were assigned to assist Kenneworth in preparing the city plan for Jakarta. The result of the visit to Gajah Mada University, that it was told by Andi, revealed the top candidates, Mr. Subianto Subioko for urban and regional economics, and Mr. Sunito Matkun for public planning, administration, and public finance. Later, there was Ms. Johara Tasnasi for geography. Then from IBB, Institute Pertanian Bogor, Mr. Divaisan for agriculture and rural development. Both of the planological curriculum, so it is the composition of the elements to teach in this department, the basic subject, the core subject, engineering subject, and studio subject. And each of the subject have the load of course, what is defined in this diagram. This is the review in the first decade of the Department of Urban and City Planning, the planology, that the establishment of an undergraduate school of planning in Malaysia is considered capable and accommodating and addressing the challenges of new education needs in city and regional planning in developing countries, particularly in Indonesia. The implemented curriculum has been deemed adequate to provide a strong foundation for young professionals to pursue their career in various fields and with diverse tasks with the urban and regional planning square. The study of graduate ability qualification. It is a review what this is addressed in the seminar in 1970. The ability qualification is assessed to have sufficient ability to prepare action plan aimed at achieving efficiency and rational action for regional environment in the future. Able to have established certain targets or system as better policy development and planning outcomes. Able to provide elements of change or expansion of use through various best choices as alternative strategy for the future. Practical evidence of successful planning. It is the fact that there are some successful planning experience which show there are some successful implementation of the effectuation planning in the fields. And there are also the analysis of the need of a number of planners that should be produced at the time, but it was anticipated at the time that this analysis of various city and regional government, both at provincial and district and city level. It is a real need within the central government, particularly within the Ministry of Public Works and other ministries, as well as within the private sector and various regional management institutions. Based on projected need for these professions, accelerated education is needed to produce graduates who can immediately respond to the real change this and need of the present and in the coming years. In the early of 70s, there was a special order from the president at the time, President Suharto, to the Minister of Education and Culture to accelerate producing bachelors in terms to assist the implementation and in preparation of 5-year plan. So that's why there were 5 center excellence in preparing a new system, new curriculum, and syllabus. The curriculum was changed from 5.5 years to 4 years, including the training and development program in first year, and higher education reform commission evaluation. There are formal education program and overemphasize theoretical scientific requirement of a practical application in the field. Meanwhile, the upgrading program still requires efficiency, improvement, and if this carried out on a mass scale, it would be also be more very expensive. Interdisciplinary collaboration between professions remains limited and could be improved. This is one of also the analysis making at the time.
Maaf Pak Sari, waktu sudah masih ada 2 lagi, kita harus selesai jam 12.
Basically, listen to the old curriculum. Of course, the curriculum and syllabus rise meet with the challenges as well as political influences, technological, and so on. I think we can keep this. It is the anticipated graduate course load after 4 years education system. So the graduate course would be viewed as a platform for completing and aligning the creation of contributors to other expertise. The learning approach then focus on multidisciplinary approach is intended to produce full-fledged planners in practice. It can be implemented through collaboration project training has proven successful. In 1979, the master degree program was launched with a slightly changed scope. This is what I can present in this occasion. Thank you very much for your attention.
Baik, kita waktunya sudah mendekat untuk selesai. Itu masih ada 2 presenter lagi. Dan persilakan Bu Mira untuk memanfaatkan waktu yang ada. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to apologize for speaking in Indonesian. Please allow me to speak in Indonesian so that we can catch up with the time, because I have a lot to say, but I don't think the time is available. Since the 2 speakers are going to has already been saying and will be saying about the urban and regional planning, let me just focus directly on the tourism planning field, which I am supposed to be responsible for. Terima kasih. Ibu-ibu dan bapak-bapak, tolong langsung saja ke yang slide kelima yang tentang perencanaan pariwisata. Jadi saya ingin menyampaikan kapan sebetulnya pariwisata ini mulai masuk ke dalam sistem pendidikan di ITB. Ya, mungkin lebih enak. Jadi sebetulnya pada tahun 1980-an itu pada saat Direktorat Jenderal itu membuat surat-surat perjanjian kerjasama dengan berbagai perguruan tinggi. Pada waktu itu kita diundang atau ITB diundang dan diwakili oleh Rektor ITB untuk menandatangani kerjasama itu. Kemudian ITB melangsungkan terus hubungan-hubungan dengan pemerintah dan pada saat itu pariwisata itu baru merupakan satu direktorat jenderal saja. Ya, jadi satu direktorat jenderal di dalam Departemen Pariwisata, Pos dan Telekomunikasi. Nah, kemudian saya karena saya sering ditugaskan untuk untuk menghadapi atau untuk berkomunikasi dengan mereka, saya mendapatkan kesan secara lisan bahwa pemerintah menginginkan pendidikan kepariwisataan di ITB. Dan mengapa ITB? Saya kira saya tidak usah bercerita panjang lebar. Pada waktu itu ada 3 perguruan tinggi utama yang sebetulnya disasar oleh pemerintah, yaitu UGM, UI, dan ITB. UGM untuk sosial budaya, UI untuk ekonomi, dan ITB untuk planningnya. Itu cita-citanya pemerintah pada zamannya Pak Jokowi. Ya, kemudian pada waktu itu saya laporkan kepada bos saya dan beliau mengatakan bagaimana kita bisa menyelenggarakan program pendidikan pariwisata kalau kita sendiri sebetulnya belum siap dan belum tahu siapa yang akan mengajar nanti, begitu ya. Jadi sementara programnya itu dilupakan. Nah, kemudian pada waktu itu dari waktu ke waktu kita selalu diberi kesempatan untuk juga mengirimkan staf keluar. Dan pada waktu itu Pak Denny Sulkaidi saya kira pernah memanfaatkan kesempatan itu dan beberapa kesempatan lain yang dibuka. Tetapi planologi pada waktu itu punya keterbatasan staf sehingga kita ditawari juga kita tidak ada yang bisa pergi, tidak ada orangnya. Ya. Oke, kemudian saya kembali pada tahun 1993. Pada waktu itu ITB mempunyai satu kebijaksanaan, membuka kesempatan untuk membuka pusat-pusat penelitian yang sifatnya multidisiplin atau transdisiplin. Syaratnya namanya tidak boleh sama dengan nama jurusannya. Jadi saya ingin menjelaskan mengapa pusat yang saya dirikan itu namanya bukan pusat penelitian planologi begitu ya. Tapi kita harus mencari nama yang tidak sama dengan nama jurusan. Karena ini harus multidisiplin. Oleh karena itu, Pusat Penelitian Pariwisata ITB pada waktu itu didirikan dengan berdasarkan satu proposal, begitu ya. Nah, setelah pusat itu diresmikan, hanya dalam 2 minggu setelah proposal itu diberikan, saya mendapat mandat untuk mengetuai pusat penelitian pariwisataan itu untuk 2 periode dalam tahun 1993 sampai 1999. Nah, perjalanannya sedikit sulit kalau saya boleh katakan, tapi saya tidak mau meminta belas kasihan ya. Tapi ini saya ingin menceritakan saja, karena bagaimana bisa tourism itu ada di kampus ITB yang sifatnya sangat ya orang membayangkannya engineering, nanoteknologi ini itu kok tiba-tiba ada tourism di ITB. Orang juga terkejut. Bahkan kalau orang mencari pusat pariwisata, mereka ditolak oleh satpam di luar karena tidak ada di sini, tidak ada di ITB, begitu kira-kira. Nah, saya mendapatkan satu ruang, kemudian ruangannya itu berpindah-pindah. Pernah pinjami ruang di luar kampus, kemudian ruang di belakang yang sekarang menjadi kantor SPM, kemudian pernah juga di Villa Merah, dan selanjutnya ya. Jadi itu kira-kira cerita pada awalnya. Sampai 1999 saya selesai dengan tugas saya, dan pada waktu pertama kali saya ditugaskan, saya berkeliling ke berbagai jurusan di ITB untuk mengajak kerjasama itu. Tak terkecuali teman-teman dari seni rupa, dari informatika, dari SPM, dan lain-lain. Nah, sudah 1999, saya selesai dengan jabatan saya, dan kemudian digantikan oleh teman-teman yang backgroundnya bermacam-macam. Ketua Kepala Tim Bapak itu pernah dijabat oleh Pak Urip dari informatika, kemudian Bu Rini dari arsitektur, Pak Budi Brahmantio dari geologi, kemudian Pak Bambang Hermanto dari SBM atau dari TI, dan kemudian Pak apa namanya, ya, dan dari berbagai bidang lain. Jadi ini kira-kira ininya. Nah, kemudian saya ingin menceritakan sebetulnya riwayatnya tentang mata kuliah pilihan pariwisata. Jadi pada saat saya mendapatkan tugas ke Jakarta bolak-balik itu, kemudian terpikir yang pertama bisa saya lakukan adalah menyusun satu mata kuliah pilihan pariwisata. Modalnya modal nekat saja, karena sebetulnya tidak ada modal apa-apa yang ada pada saya, kecuali pengetahuan yang saya peroleh dari kerjasama dengan Jakarta tadi. Jadi satu mata kuliah tentang pariwisata, dan kemudian ada beberapa mata kuliah yang akhirnya kembali pada satu juga gitu, dan itu dibuka untuk semua jurusan. Dan belakangan banyak sekali mahasiswa-mahasiswa dari berbagai jurusan yang juga mengambil mata kuliah itu. Jadi ada dari matematika, dari kimia dan sebagainya, itu mengambil mata kuliah tersebut. Nah, pada saat tahun 2000 hijrah ke Jakarta, itu mata kuliah pilihan ini sempat terhenti. Tapi kemudian saya minta atau saya memohon untuk bisa dihidupkan kembali. Dan salah satu milestone lainnya itu adalah bahwa bukti bahwa Departemen Hostel pada waktu itu menginginkan seseorang dari ITB itu adalah dipanggilnya Profesor Harsono Taruprajaga almarhum untuk menjadi kepala pusat penelitian dan pengembangan kepariwisataan di Departemen Hostel. Jadi Profesor Harsono Taruprajaga menjabat untuk beberapa tahun di Jakarta. Kemudian sepanjang yang saya tahu, sebetulnya pada waktu itu Departemen Pariwisata menginginkan ITB itu bisa menjadi pusat informasi pariwisata, gitu ya. Dan ini yang tidak pernah atau belum kesampaian. Nah, saya loncat ke saya loncat kepada program studi pembangunan, di mana saya juga menempuh pengajaran di sana. Kemudian pusat studi pembangunan itu dimulai pada tahun 1995. Dan di situ itu mahasiswa pada waktu itu diperkenankan atau diperbolehkan untuk memilih mata kuliah yang diinginkan. Nah, di situ pula lah saya kemudian juga memperkenalkan pariwisata ini. Dan pada tahun 2007, sekembalinya saya dari Jakarta, saya mendapat tawaran untuk beberapa belas atau beberapa puluh beasiswa yang boleh dimanfaatkan untuk mahasiswa mengambil jurusan atau bagian yang terkait dengan pariwisata. Pada waktu itu, kemudian itu ditampung di studi pembangunan, dan studi pembangunan yang kurikulumnya fleksibel tadi ya. Jadi ada kira-kira belasan orang yang pada saat itu mendapatkan kesempatan di studi pembangunan. Nah, antara 2024 itu saya pada saat saya ada di kementerian atau di departemen pada waktu itu kebudayaan dan pariwisata, itu Indonesia kebetulan mendapatkan tugas sebagai lead country untuk Manpower Development Plan. Jadi pada waktu itu saya memanfaatkan kesempatan itu untuk mengembangkan satu jurnal yang sampai sekarang masih ada, yaitu International ASEAN Journal on Hospitality and Tourism and Hospitality. Jadi itu disebabkan karena terlalu banyak artikel-artikel tentang Indonesia yang ditulis oleh orang-orang asing karena kesulitan-kesulitan tertentu, sehingga jurnal itu mewadahi tulisan-tulisan yang kami harapkan bisa dibaca juga oleh orang-orang Indonesia. Kemudian ya saya mendapat dukungan dari teman-teman yang sanggup atau berkenan untuk menjadi board of editor dan seterusnya. Kemudian ya setelah saya purna bakti dari Jakarta, saya minta dikirim kembali pulangkan ke ITB karena saya merasa masih ada PR yang belum saya selesaikan. Jadi ada dua hal yang saya masih berhutang sebetulnya. Pada saat saya ditunjuk sebagai Kepala Pusat Pendirian Pariwisata itu, salah satu perintah rektor itu adalah mendirikan S1 Pariwisata di ITB. Mengapa S1? Saya bertanya khusus pada Pak Wiranto pada waktu itu, beliau mengatakan melalui S1 ITB akan dapat memperoleh the best high school graduate from the country, sehingga itu menjadi modal dasar supaya insan-insan pariwisata itu lebih bisa dibentuk begitu. Mohon maaf Pak Adi, masih boleh saya teruskan? Waktunya habis, saya berhenti begitu saja atau saya
Simpulkan di terakhir.
Oke, dan saya bergembira sekarang, tapi juga bersedih hati karena satu-satunya profesor dalam bidang pariwisata, Profesor Arif Rosidi pada saat ini tidak bisa ikut bersama kita di ruangan ini. Dan saya juga mendapatkan support dari untuk pendidikan pariwisata itu dari Pak Al-Bilal Furkan yang punya background pariwisata dan sekarang menjadi ketua program studi untuk pariwisata dan studi pembangunan. Dan siapa yang tertarik dalam tourism study ini, saya melihat sebetulnya banyak sekali orang yang tertarik. Saya pada saat saya mulai mendirikan atau mulai mengembangkan mata kuliah dan seterusnya tadi, sebetulnya saya melakukan survei di perpustakaan ITB dan ternyata saya melihat bahwa event kelas saya itu sudah membuat tugas akhir atau tesisnya itu tentang pariwisata gitu ya. Misalnya, sudah saya sebetulnya juga terinspirasi oleh salah satu anak didik saya, Pak Cacep Rukmana, yang datang mengatakan mau membuat tugas akhir tentang pariwisata dan membawa 1-2 lembar kertas untuk ditunjukkan fotokopian dari buku yang baru belakangan saya punya. Ya, jadi itu sebetulnya ada indikasi-indikasi bagus bahwa dari awal minat itu sudah ada. Sekarang saya bergembira bahwa ternyata ada banyak jurusan-jurusan lain yang juga ingin mengembangkan atau menyisihkan waktunya untuk pariwisata, antara lain dari biologi, dari kelautan, dan terakhir saya mendengar dari astronomi itu ingin juga mengangkat astroturism sebagai salah satu mata kuliahnya. Jadi saya kira itu perkembangan dari kepariwisataan yang ada di ITB yang saya masih merasa berhutang. Saya kasih tanda merah dan saya mohon maaf karena saya tahu Ibu Mira ini pensiun kok meninggalin kerjaan, gitu, tinggalin kerjaan untuk yang muda-muda. Gitu. Jadi sekali lagi saya mohon maaf untuk ini. Jadi ada 2 pertanyaan yang masih tersisa yang belum terjawab. Pertama tadi program S1 pariwisata, dan yang kedua itu adalah tantangan yang muncul dari pembimbing saya yang mengatakan jangan melihat bagaimana teknologi berpengaruh terhadap pariwisata seperti yang sekarang banyak dibicarakan, tapi tolong pikirkan bagaimana pariwisata bisa mempengaruhi pengembangan teknologi. Jadi itu 2 PR yang tidak bisa saya selesaikan selama saya masih aktif. Mohon maaf dan mudah-mudahan yang ada di ruangan ini ada yang berminat untuk melanjutkannya. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya dan mohon maaf kalau ada kekurangan-kekurangannya.
Ya, untuk kesempatan terakhir silakan Pak Wisbiantoro. Jadi kalau bisa pas 15 menit.
Oke, selamat siang, lupa pas saja. Waktu sudah makan siang, jadi saya akan cepat saja. Jadi sini apa? Ini semacam provokasinya. Jadi kira-kira kan panitia meminta mengenai sejarah pendidikan planologi. Dan saya minta izin pada panitia untuk menambahkan kata multidisiplin atau pendidikan planologi. Jadi bagaimana pendekatan kolaboratif studio itu dari generasi ke generasi. Hanya itu beda sampai bisa. Nah, ini sebagai prolog, ini adalah yang sudah diminta oleh panitia, tambahkan katanya. Nah, sebagai salah satu definisi ya, jadi kalau multidisiplin itu misalnya mengerjakan masalah PWK, itu macam-macam disiplin, masing-masing kerja sendiri, baru di akhir itu bertemu, kira-kira begitu, menyimpulkan. Kalau interdisiplin, macam-macam disiplin, tapi udah mulai dari awal, udah berinteraksi. Jadi pendekatannya lebih terpadu. Kalau transdisiplin bukan hanya interaksi dari awal, tetapi juga melibatkan bidang-bidang di luar profesinya. Jadi melibatkan masyarakat, melibatkan bisnis, pemda dan sebagainya. Kira-kira bisa. Nah, polisinya ya dari mulai dari yang seperti kita ya, Birasa itu kan, studentnya lahir sebelum itu, sampai generasi Z yang sekarang lagi di mana-mana ya, Nepal, di Paris, di mana-mana. Nah, apakah tahun 60-an itu merupakan adanya tadi multidisiplin ya, mulai dari misalnya collaborative studio tahun itu tahun 2 itu diikuti oleh mahasiswa dari Planologi 1, arsitektur 59 dan teknik penyihatan 59. Teknik penyihatan itu sekarang teknik lingkungan. Ya. Jadi subjeknya waktu itu Jatiluhur ya. Jadi mahasiswa mulai saling belajar dengan macam-macam disiplin. Kemudian juga ada LPP ITB ya, Lembaga Penelitian Planologi 66. Itu jauh sebelum LAPI ITB. Itu dianukan oleh Pak Yanto ya. Nah, ini dosen-dosen mulai saling berinteraksi ya untuk pengerjaan proyek-proyek tadi. Misalnya mahasiswa waktu itu jadi asisten. Kita survei 3 bulan di Jakarta untuk berbanjir yang sampai sekarang masih masalah. Nah, apakah era 70-an, 80-an itu mulai pendekatan multidisiplin itu mulai menyebar ya, jadi dengan adanya S1 PWK mulai di luar ITB, kemudian tahun 80-an itu dengan adanya S2 dan S3 PWK di ITB, itu mahasiswa Indonesia S1-nya itu sangat beragam. Jadi bukan hanya multidisiplin, tapi mulai ada interdisiplin di sana. Nah, kemudian tahun 90-an apakah ini mulai transdisiplin mulai masuk? Ya, jadi misalnya tahun 90 itu ada seminar yang sangat besar internasional, juga waktu itu diinisiasi oleh Pak Gianto dan Profesor John Kim dari Illinois ya. Waktu menginisiasi masih dekan FTSP, tapi waktu ini diselenggarakan Pak Gianto sudah di Bappenas. Nah, misalnya tadi ada 200-an peserta dari 10 negara dengan 45 paper, waktu itu hadir juga Bapak Jurnal Science dan Profesor Motorisat juga Ketua Bappenas, nah, apakah ini ya dimulainya proyek-proyek PPP ya? Jadi misalnya LPP, P3WK, Urdin, saya mulai mengerjakan proyek-proyek ini, ya PPP tadi. Dan kita mulai melibatkan juga pihak swasta, misalnya ya LPP waktu itu sudah mengajarkan suatu desain yang menurut kita baik, Tapi swasta mengatakan, aduh, dari sisi finansial nggak bisa. Nah, mulai ada interaksi untuk menghasilkan yang seperti apa. Kemudian tahun 90-an itu juga ada yang saya sebut lifelong learning, ya, yang pertama jurnal PWK terbit 90 itu merupakan pertukaran antara penulis akademisi, ya. Mereka di situ saling sharing mengenai macam-macam. Yang sebelahnya itu adalah 94 itu terbit BSD-nya, Badan Sertifikasi Perencanaan dan juga Majelis Kode Etik IAP. Nah, waktu itu digagas, saya nggak tahu sekarang ya. Waktu itu digagas adalah BSPT untuk dalam negeri dan luar negeri. Jadi praktisi dalam negeri, bagaimana mereka secara berkala dengan menghadiri seminar, pelatihan dan sebagainya, mereka mengumpulkan poin. Setelah mencapai poin tertentu, nah mereka dapat sertifikat. Sehingga mereka selalu diupdate dengan pengetahuan baru, teknologi dan sebagainya. Nah, ada contoh-contoh di mana misalnya waktu itu konsultan AMDA itu kan skalanya permukimannya kan 1000-an hektar, ya. Tapi dampaknya itu jauh di atas itu dan semua konsultan itu salah. Semua salah. Nah, juga untuk peneliti asing, untuk praktisi asing, ya. Misalnya waktu itu tahun 80 masih diingat, tumbuhnya kota-kota baru sepanjang jalan tol, di dalam bagus, tapi begitu keluar macet semua. Mengapa? Karena di negara asalnya itu yang namanya sistem primer, sekunder, tersier udah bagus semua. Di Indonesia belum. Ya. Nah, yang fatal itu dari IMF. Ya. Waktu itu ya, IMF rekomendasi masih diingat ya, waktu itu krisis ekonomi tahun 98, rekomendasinya apa? Salah satu stop semua pembangunan infrastruktur. Saya nggak ketemu fotonya, ada jembatan layang yang setengah itu udah dihentikan. Ya. Nah, padahal pengalaman depresi dunia tahun 30-an, justru negara-negara itu membangun infrastruktur publik untuk menciptakan lapangan kerja. Justru kita dimatikan. Jadi Amerika ingin tapi saya bangunan Hoover Dam, kemudian di Belanda bikin tanggul-tanggul laut dan sebagainya. Dan ini salah satu mengapa sertifikasi itu untuk dalam negeri maupun asing. Nah, majelis kode etik ini juga penting karena misalnya ya, apa yang terjadi dengan Bali? Pelanggaran itu yang terjadi. Gitu. Pentingnya kode etik. Kemudian, nah ini dalam waktu dan dengan waktu stakeholder yang terlibat makin banyak. Ya kalau kita lihat di sebelah kiri atas itu ada proses yang melibatkan profesional. Ya. Semua praktisi yang sebelahnya itu adalah decision maker. Ini harus cocok bahwa antara profesional maupun decision maker harus cocok. Apalagi di bawah itu ada stakeholder masyarakat, swasta dan sebagainya. Dan luar negeri dan. Nah, dengan stakeholder yang makin banyak tadi, muncul ide untuk menyatukan semua prodi itu di bawah fakultas, ya, fakultas PBK. Sebagai analogi adalah fakultas kedokteran. Kita tahu kedokteran itu subjeknya apa? Tubuh manusia dengan organ-organnya. Karena itu ada dokter umum, ada dokter mata, dokter bedah, dan sebagainya. Dan makin kompleks penyakit modern, makin dibutuhkan spesialis dan juga interaksi antar mereka. Nah, gagasan itu juga sama di Fakultas PWK. Ya. Wilayah dengan bagian-bagiannya itu adalah mengapa kita tidak satukan. Ya. Mulai dari policy planning sampai desain, mulai dari wilayah, kota, desa, mulai dari transportasi, permuahan, turisme dan sebagainya. Mana berbeda. Sayang ini belum berhasil waktu itu. Mungkin masing-masing disiplin itu egonya masih tinggi sehingga belum mau. Nah, sebagai catatan, ITB sendiri SK dan Senat Akademik tahun 34 tahun 2003 itu salah satu itu adalah adanya kakak-kakak ya, kelompok keahlian. Itu maksudnya itu menjobol tembok-tembok ego-disiplin, ego-monodisiplin. Bagaimana menuju transdisiplin. Sampai sekarang rasanya juga belum terwujud. Nah, dengan kondisi seperti itu, apa sih yang dengan di transdisiplin tadi? Diharapkan trainer itu Plano untuk bisa, apakah dia menjadi spesialis, apakah dia menjadi anggota tim, apakah dia menjadi dirigen justru. Ya, untuk dirigen kita harus tidak harus tahu semua, tapi harus memahami elemen-elemennya, memahami apa profesi-profesi yang lain itu seperti apa. Nah, apakah dengan kondisi seperti itu, apakah sebaiknya itu S1-nya itu generalis. Saya dengar misalnya S1 itu hanya ikut regional tapi nggak ikut city dan sebagainya. Menurut saya, apakah ini sebaiknya generalis? Nah, baru di S2 itu baru kita apakah yang mau ke transportasi, mau ke regional dan sebagainya. Ini salah satu. Nah, bagaimana kita menghadapi masa depan ya? Apakah masih relevan atau tidak? Kita dalam era yang namanya era turbulensi disrupsi ya. Ada post-truth, ada industri 4.0, AI, kemudian kombinasi post-truth dan AI itu ada deep effect dan sebagainya. Nah, dengan kondisi seperti itu bagaimana? Nah, sebagai contoh ya, ini retail. Banyak perusahaan yang lembaga kelihatan kuat tiba-tiba hancur. Banyak PHK malah bukan hanya ribuan tapi puluhan ribu. Nah, PHK akan banyak dan di Indonesia masih akan terjadi dan akan terus. Anxiety, bagaimana remaja kita masalah dan gangguan mental, ya maaf kadang-kadang sampai bunuh diri dan sebagainya. Ini akan terjadi terus dan juga linier, ya. Tiba-tiba ada COVID, tiba-tiba ada ChatGPT dan sebagainya. Kita nggak bisa proyeksikan. Incomprehensible, ya. Bagaimana kita makin dibanjiri data informasi makin tidak komprehensif karena banyak hoax dan sebagainya. Bagaimana dengan dunia industri? Indonesia ini ya, kita tahu ya bagaimana akan ada sekian juta yang akan tergeser, tapi sekian juta akan muncul yang baru. Bahkan sebagian tidak ada, yang belum sekarang. Tadi dikatakan macam-macam. Juga geng ekonomi, ya. Karena begitu cepatnya macam-macam dibutuhkan, Budi itu berusaha lebih senang untuk outsource. Ya, mending outsource apa ini? Harus hire cepat dipecat dan sebagainya. Nah, ini semua harus diantisipasi oleh lulusan kita. Nah, apa yang harus diantisipasi? Ini semua kita sudah tahu yang namanya Charles itu. Bagaimana dengan kondisi yang seperti itu, kondisi tidak menentu, masa Bali, masa macam-macam. Bagaimana mahasiswa kita itu selalu siap untuk beradaptasi, ya. Harus selalu diadaptasi. Siap mental, dia di PHK harus bangkit lagi, harus belajar terus untuk upscaling dan rescaling kira-kira ke sana. Bagaimana? Ini yang harus kita mahasiswa akan sini ya. Nah, bagaimana dari sisi kunci? Ya. Kalau ada yang namanya monodisiplin, ada yang namanya multi dan pasti mereka punya yang sama ya. Karena akan lebih mudah untuk bekerja sama dan sebagainya, lebih untuk adaptasi dan dengan kondisi seperti ini, maka harus memiliki kosan diantisipasi oleh perguruan tinggi. Ya. Akan makin yang namanya interdisiplin tadi makin penting dan makin penting. Jadi tadi bagaimana mengenai skill needed yang habis macam-macam, cost pembelian, adaptation dan sebagainya. Terus skill kompleks, critical thinking dan sebagainya. Jadi itu yang harus kita siapkan. Kalau tidak, mahasiswa kita akan nganggur. Nah, bagaimana dengan transisi untuk PWK? Atau benua maritim Indonesia itu benua maritim Indonesia, bukan kontinen, tapi maritim. 65% kita laut, 17.000 island dan sebagainya. Juga pangan kita itu macam-macam. Dan seterusnya dan sebagainya. Bagaimana dengan masyarakat ya? Masyarakat masuk juga sama.
ada sekian banyak suku, sekian banyak bahasa lokal, juga kearifan lokal banyak, ada Mong, ada Subang, ada Sasing, dan sebagainya. Kemudian juga warisan benda non-Buddha dari tadi, dari kerajaan Hindu-Buddha, kerajaan Islam, banyak sekali warisan-warisan yang mereka. Nah, dengan kondisi sangat beragam itu, makin dibutuhkan transdisiplin. Nanti dibutuhkan kita komunikasi dengan masyarakat, dengan lain-lain. Nah, apakah mana ini relevan untuk pembangunan? Apakah misalnya ya, dengan transdisiplin itu kita bisa ikut mencegah misalnya masalah rentang ekosistem. Misalnya, apakah dengan kalau dari sejak awal kita melibatkan masyarakat lokal, mungkin tidak akan terjadi masalah itu. Bagaimana dengan Trans Papua? Trans Papua itu bukan Jawa, Jawa Papua beda sekali. Bagaimana dengan Jakarta, Bandung, Bus yang sekarang divisi triliunan? Kalau dari awal melibatkan swasta dengan pendekatan PPP mungkin nggak ada masalah ya. Sekarang, food estate, apakah ini salah? Apakah ini rentan bermasalah? Kita itu negara kepulauan. Baru diumumkan bahwa beras itu sudah cukup. Baru berapa di mana Mahakam Hulu diberitakan beras 1 karung itu 25 juta. Mengapa? Karena sungainya rusak. Dengan musim kering, kapal-kapal nggak bisa masuk untuk membawa beras dan lain-lain. Jadi ini pendekatan-pendekatan transdisiplin dibutuhkan. Indonesia sangat beragam, beda sekali untuk membangun di mana misalnya di Minangkabau dengan hukum adatnya beda sekali dengan hukum adat di Papua dan sebagainya.
Bisa dipersingkat?
Ya, jadi ini sudah provokasi yang belum tentu benar. Silakan Anda yang lebih ahli di sini, silakan. Nah, ini source-nya bisa. Ini silakan kalau mau baca yang macam-macam, tadi ada Bali, ada tidak harus macam-macam. Ya. Bisa, ini silakan, mau dikutip boleh, mau dimodifikasi boleh, mau disebarkan boleh. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih Bapak-Bapak dan Ibu-Ibu sekalian yang sudah mempresentasikan, dan karena keterbatasan waktu kita tidak buka question and answers ya. Akan diikuti karena di sini sudah tersedia gong ya, maka akan ada peresmian ya, pencanangan Hari Pendidikan Penataan Ruang di Indonesia ya, sebagai awal dari kita secara nasional mengakui bahwa 14 September tadi yang sudah diceritakan adalah pertama kali kita mendirikan pendidikan penataan ruang di Indonesia. Untuk memukul gong, saya akan memanggil beberapa juga yang para senior yang hadir di sini. Pak Tommy Firman, silakan ke depan. Oh iya, gong dulu kan? Gong dulu baru dan baru. Pak Boy Kebaikan masih ada di sini. Dan gong akan dipukul oleh Ketua Prodi S1 Pak Petrus Nataliva. Karena pemukulnya hanya satu, nggak bisa rame-rame pukul. Pak Boy, itu Pak Tommy. Kok giring-giring, fondasinya nggak stabil gitu. Ya, kita akan menyaksikan nanti Pak Prodi S1 PWK bersama para senior yang masih ada dan hadir pada saat ini. Untuk peresmian Hari Pendidikan Penataan Ruang Nasional di Indonesia, dalam rangka kita memperingati 66 tahun pendidikan planologi di Indonesia. Silahkan Pak Kaprodi mau ngomong dulu sepatah dua patah.
Terima kasih Bapak Ibu sekalian, para senior yang hari ini sudah berbagi cerita pada kita semuanya. Bapak Ibu sekalian, sebetulnya pencanangan 66 tahun pendidikan PBK di Indonesia ini bukan sekedar untuk ITB saja, tetapi momen ini menjadikan kita dengan sekolah-sekolah perencanaan wilayah dan kota yang lain di Indonesia untuk memikirkan secara bersama-sama bagaimana ilmu kita ini dikembangkan ya, menghadapi berbagai tantangan yang tadi sudah disampaikan oleh para senior kita. Terima kasih, itu saja Pak Andi. Mohon izin Bapak Ibu senior untuk memukul gongnya ya.
Silakan mau mukul gong. Tadi diserah. Berarti 6 kali, 66 kali. Mira, Pak Kus, silakan Pak Kus. Lebih kencang. Pak Tommy, silakan Pak Tommy. Supaya bagus fotonya. Pak Boy, silakan Pak. Baik, terima kasih Bapak-Bapak, Ibu. Kita selesai mencanangkan hari sekolah penataan ruang di Indonesia pada 14 September setiap tahunnya nanti akan diperingati sebagai hari penataan ruang, sekolah penataan ruang nasional. Nah, oleh karena itu terima kasih, kita akan kembalikan kepada MC.
Okay, terima kasih Bapak. Thank you so much. Please give a round of applause once again for our professors, doctors, our speaker, and of course, our moderator of today's session. Thank you so much once again. You may go back to your seats. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us today from this morning. And right now, after this ceremonial for commemoration of Planning School in Indonesia, we are going to move on to the next agenda, which is
lunch break. So the lunch break will be at the East Hall, and you will have time until 1 p.m. And after the lunch break, we will continue our agenda with parallel session at the Sugiyama building. And last but not least, we will also have the closing ceremony here at West Hall at 5 p.m.
Thank you so much, everybody, and enjoy your meal. Menginformasikan kepada pemilik kendaraan mobil Mercy hitam dengan nomor polisi D1167NV. Kami mohon untuk dipindahkan terlebih dahulu karena area tersebut merupakan tempat area parkir dekat FTSL. Sekali lagi untuk pemilik kendaraan mobil Mercy hitam dengan nomor polisi D1167NV. NV, kami mohon untuk dipindahkan terlebih dahulu karena area tersebut merupakan area parkir dekat FTSL. Terima kasih.
Yes, I'm just thinking because I have music can be don't have to do with me. You just need to drop on my back. Is there a police that can leave the back? You don't come out to her?